Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the ECC Esports League of Legends Finals pre-show. I'm your host, Michael Absolute Malazzi, and alongside me tonight I have NYIT Esports Director Eliza Duran and Thomas Rob III Robinson of Farmingdale.
What's going on, everybody? How we doing?
We'll be with you tonight to bring you the intense matchup between the NYIT Cybears and the Farmingdale State Rams in this best of 5 finals match for the chip. Gentlemen, how we feeling tonight?
Dude, I am so excited. We have been hyping up a lot of previous matches recently. Last week, Farmingdale took on Malloy and NYT had taken on Damon. Both series were really excellent. Damon actually took the first match of the entire series, or I should say first game of the entire season off of NYIT. And Farmingdale had a really fantastic showing. These guys have been getting better and better in the past few weeks. So I think tonight we got an absolute bang up of a match coming tonight. So I'm just so excited.
Yeah, I
Great to
think it's
hear,
gonna be
Tom.
it's gonna be an absolute. Yeah, I think you kind of took the words right out of my mouth. It's gonna be an absolute banger from one side one side of Long Island all the way to the other one. As the Cybers is gonna try to see if they can finish out a perfect season for themselves, going from start to finish, no losses, except for that small hiccup that seemed to have happened versus versus Damien. It's always gonna be those kinds of matches where it's like, oh, 2-0, and it's like, oh no. Let's try something new, guys. Let's And I'm like, why are we doing this, guys? Please, not like this.
Just trying to push the envelope. But gents, I'm glad to hear that we're both. I'm pretty sure we're all stoked for this series tonight. I mean, Duran, you kind of hit the nail on the head. I mean, just a absolutely dominant series from or season, excuse me, from NYIT so far. We're gonna see how both of these teams kind of got here. The Cybears obviously dethroned the reigning ECC champs in Damon College last Friday, um, pushing them to another finals appearance in just 2 years. The Rams, on the other hand, fell short last year to that of SNHU, but are here seeking vengeance on both NYIT and the ECC as a whole, taking their victory over Malloy last week in a commanding 3-1 fashion. So I kind of want to take a deeper dive into both of these teams. I mean, Duran, you said um, what they've had an unbelievable season so far, the Cybears. What do you think attributes most to their success? Do you think it's their team play, individual skill? What do you think has really propelled this team?
I think it's just a lot of I know a lot of my players get triggered when I say this, but a lot of team synergy. To be completely honest, when everybody's kind of on the same page, things work perfectly. And it seems like they seem to move around the map as a cohesive unit, and usually are try to their best to be on the same page whenever things happen. A lot of that stuff comes out of jungle, and a lot of stuff comes out of mid. But I think it's a kind of like an all-around effort that usually happens. Even if it's like, let's say mid isn't popping off, top usually pops off, and if it's not top, then for some reason Nautilus is in mid lane. Why is Nautilus in mid lane? Well, he's roaming now. It's like, oh no. So, but I think it's a lot of those. It's kind of like a multi hit threat on New York Tech, where it's just like you can't just focus down one person, because if you let top lane get too far, then you're gonna have you're gonna have a whole nother set of problems, because not only does
Yeah,
that person do damage, they also are very tanky. So it's very interesting.
yeah, great pickups there. Totally, Tom. I'm gonna kind of pose a similar question to you. Obviously, you know the Rams very well, having coached them in the past. Now, the Rams have been sort of shaky in a couple of their games. You know, a little bit of weird blunders coming through here and there, but they've continued to remain strong mentally. And obviously, in League of Legends, that is crucial. Do you think that's an area that the team all around has improved in over the past year and since you've coached them?
Yeah, absolutely. I actually think that in the past few weeks itself, I think that these guys have improved a lot. I think we definitely saw that game two versus Malloy was a little shaky. I think their whole top side looked a little kind of like off, but it's kind of uncharacteristic in the sense that in the past we usually talk about how J-Real and Hottengate, right, the jungle mid, is kind of like the backbone for this team. It's who they draft around, it's who they play around. Enabling J-Real has been a lot of their paths to victory. So it was definitely weird to see them kind of fumble in that game too, and just look like they were not only not on the same page, but reading a completely different book, if I'm being completely honest.
Yeah.
I think that they cleaned it up in the later part of that series for sure, and it looked way cleaner. And actually, the people that I do kind of want to shout out has been the people who a lot of people probably look at and say that they're the weaker points of the team. So Shatter and Aggressa in the bottom lane, I think in the first half of this season did not look like they were on the same page at all. We saw Aggressa going in quite a lot when she definitely should not have been. She doesn't really feel for AD carry. Shatter feel like, even though being probably, in my opinion, one of the better AD carries in the league, it felt like he just never really had a path to hard carry a game. But in the past few weeks, we've seen that completely flip and turn on its head. Aggressa is looking like one of the better supports now in the ECC. She's playing outstandingly, especially on that new Galio pickup for them, which we can talk about a little bit later. But Shatter, in that series against Malloy, even in that game too, when it felt like Timo, J-Real, and Hottengate were all, for lack of better terms, kind of running it down, he had a few hero plays himself, almost turning around a fight single-handedly when up against a Giga-fed Rise, when he was just kind of going even on Xayah, Gale forcing in, almost getting the kill, putting him down to like 50 HP. So I think their bottom lane has actually looked outstanding. And aside from that one kind of little hiccup, I think Farmingdale overall are actually looking a lot stronger.
Great analysis as always. And boys, we're not going to waste any time here. We're just going to kind of jump right into the stats and just the head-to-head matchups from top to bot, quite literally. It's going to be an amazing series all the way across the board. So starting off in the top lane, we have Mograth and Best Timo N4. And kind of polar opposite champ pools. Duran, you want to start it off here with Mograth?
Yeah, Mograth is one of those people that usually gets target banned quite a few times. Not allowed to play the Camille, and with a joke on New York Tech is they're not allowed to play any carry tops because because it's usually not allowed. If they do get onto the Aatrox though, or they do get onto the set or something else, they usually come out of the laning phase with like a pretty big CS lead. So it's gonna be really interesting the way to see how that plays out. I think the biggest thing we saw from them was in the match versus Damien, where the Sivir seemed to go off really hard. He was on the Mordekaiser, so at that point you're just able to single people out of fights, like, and just make it a 4v5 at that, a 4v4 at that point. So it's he has a very I'm gonna, if you allow me to win lane, I will destroy you kind of comps. So it's really interesting overall.
Yeah, and Tom, just throwing it to the other side with Timo, we saw him kind of struggle with that Mordekaiser pick against 1NM last week from Aloy. So do you think the Mordekaiser is something that Farmingdale opt to ban tonight? And obviously, what do you think of Timo's champ pool against Mograth tonight?
I think that there's absolutely no question that Timo's champ pool against Mograth, he's at a severe disadvantage. I would not be surprised remotely to see the Mordekaiser being taken off the table in every single game that is played tonight, whether it's 3 or 5 games. I think that overall, it is probably the best pickup into Timo's general champion pool that NYIT could possibly pick. So if it's left up, I expect them to be picking it as early as possible. I think that picks like the Malphite, the Ornn, the Maokai, like the tankier picks, definitely highlight how Timo is definitely more tank-centric for his team rather than Mograth, who, like Duran had just said, loves his carries and loves to play these picks. Even in like Graves top, we saw a game from him, which we, he did absolutely fantastic on. So I think Timo for this game is really going to be looking to kind of just pick a pick for himself and sort of just go even in the lane.
Awesome. Sounds good. And boys, we're just going to move right along because we are on a time limit. Right to the jungle matchup. Cliff Horse versus J-Real. Insanely dominant junglers this year. Tom, I'm going to start with you. J-Real, I mean, what a season so far.
Yeah, I mean, this guy is just an absolute beast, man. We always talk about on stream, if anybody has ever watched a Farmingdale stream, every single time we always talk about how this guy is, in my opinion, by far the best jungler in the ECC. Not to downplay Cliff Horse in any way, shape, or form. The guy's a great jungler, but J-Real has just an absolutely massive champion pool. If you're looking at the graphic, quite a lot of picks where he's probably only played one jungler maybe twice maximum. His pathing is just absolutely genius especially for this level of play. He's overall, just when you give him resources, he will always carry the game hard. So J-Real is kind of like this team's sort of shining star, especially in this past season. So I'm definitely looking for Jay tonight to kind of see how he matches up against Cliff Horse.
But it's definitely not an easy matchup, as Cliff Horse is also one of the top junglers in the league. Durant, take it away.
Yeah, Cliff Horse is one of those junglers who who loves playing his tanks, loves the Rammus, loves the Skarner, and has quite a lot of a map awareness when it comes to like where his enemy jungler is and trying to counter gank whenever he possibly can. Usually helps out his mid laner and top laner, and usually runs around a lot. I just wanted to quickly note that when I was fixing the graph, we were making fun of this before, that of the issue about the Lissandra jungle. Lissandra jungle is not a thing, and I just updated the graphic right now. So, but yeah, I'm interested. What's really interesting to me is that they do have two very different styles, but they have four champions in common. So it means that they're not as polar opposites as the top lane. So it's going to be really interesting to see how that plays out.
Yeah, and especially with this recent patch rolling through, Hecarim, an incredibly strong jungler, with both of these junglers share. So, gonna be interesting to see what they opt for tonight. To see. So, uh, just keep on moving along right to mid lane. We got Hecty 112 versus Hot and Gay. I mean, another just these teams are towering with talent. So, Durant, take it away. Hecty, what can we expect from him tonight?
Yeah, Hecty is the primary shot caller and the team captain for the Side Bears. So a lot of a lot of the aggression usually comes out of him. He is pretty diverse in terms of his champ pool and what he can do in terms of either AP or AD. I know when he was on the secondary team last year or the year before that, he did make a name for himself on the Malzahar and the Galio. So it's really interesting to see that the neutral pick here is the Galio between the two players. But he's usually looking to not only break even, but try to get a pretty good lead and then start roaming around.
Hmm. Yeah, a lot of favorable picks there. The Yone is obviously something that's heavily contested, very strong still, just inherently with his kit. So eager to see what he pulls out tonight. Tom, throwing it right to you with Hot and Gay. I mean, there's a lot to say, huh?
Yeah, honestly, Hot and Gay, I'm kind of tagging right in there with my guess for the bot lane from before. I think this guy has gotten a lot better for this team over the course of the season. Throw it back like a year now or so, back when I was with him, he was definitely one of the primary carries for the team. I think he had a little bit of a trough where it felt like in playoffs of when we had him. Uh, didn't really play kind of up to the standards that he was normally at back when it was him and Gravity in the mid lane against an NYIT. You know, there was a huge rivalry there. Definitely two of the best mid lanes in the league. I think that he definitely went through a bit of a trough, but I think in the last few weeks, again, we're seeing him kind of step back up to that carry position. His Orianna had absolutely massive shockwaves for them in the series against Malloy. I think overall, if you're really looking at the Galio difference, that kind of, or excuse me, the Galio similarity, I think that's really paying true in how they do have a similar style in the sense they love to support their jungler and they love to get around the map and start influencing that way. And I think for that reason, Galio is going to be a highly contested pick for this series. However, you know, if Galio is banned out or if Galio is picked away, these two guys definitely have a very different champion pool, which is super important to highlight, right? Hecty loves playing his carries, as Durant noted before, outside of his Malzahar. Hot and Gay definitely playing a lot more of those kind of mages, sit back style, farm it up outside of that Twisted Fate pick.
Yeah, looking to scale late into the game with a lot of his picks. So we'll see. Will the aggression from NYIT take precedent tonight, or will Farmingdale be able to farm out and enable Hot and Gay with those types of picks? So we'll see. But literally, right now, we're going to shift right to the bot lane. This is the matchup that I think is crucial in this game. We've strayed away from looking at the bot lane a lot when Farmingdale has played, but Shatter has just been on an absolute tear recently. So Tom, take it right away with him. Tell me, what can we expect from Shatter tonight?
Yeah, I mean, if Farmingdale is remotely intelligent when it comes to their draft, I think you've got to play through this guy. He has just been an absolute monster for this team recently. A pentakill on Kaisa, when we really have like never seen it out of him before. Comes in hot against Malloy. He was an absolute beast that series. I mentioned before about his Xayah pick in that game. Game 2, you know, when everybody was kind of running it down around him, he was kind of like the shining beacon for his team, almost turning around so many fights that if the gold lead wasn't so out of their control, he probably would have been solo winning them that game. So this guy's just been on an absolute tear recently. He's kind of just perma-smurfing his way through playoffs right now, and I expect them to definitely heavily be paying draft priority to getting him a good bot lane.
Awesome. And Duran, take it away with Andrisu, and apologies if I butcher that, but he's been a shining star for this Cybear squad.
Yeah, it's really interesting. He is the newest player on the Cybears team. He actually just came in this semester. Actually, just the beginning, right before the right before the season was about to start, he came in and he instantly clicked with the entire team. And just kind of just been this really just very stable carry on the team, and usually dishes out thousands of points of damage during everything. I'm very proud of this player who kind of just came directly out of nowhere on a random tryout call and said, "Hey, I could play," and kind of posts memes and is a really great person to kind of talk to overall, and especially in game. He loves his Kai'Sa, and I love that these are the three champions in the mid, in the neutral that they share. But the Vaynes and Samira are also very very interesting overall. I'm interested to see how he plays out through the bottom lane. And usually he's not the poster boy for winning matches, but usually is still very consistent coming out of lane.
Awesome, awesome. Definitely a matchup that I'm super stoked to watch tonight between these two dominant ADs. And I'm rounding it out. We have the support matchup: TKE Kratos versus Aggressa in this lane. Duran, I want to start with you. Kratos, an interesting pick in the Swain support. You know, it's kind of not something like streamlined, but it's obviously a very efficient pick, and you can look for kill lanes with it. So what does Kratos bring to this team alongside Andrisu in this bot lane?
He's very aggressive, to be completely honest. I think you could definitely see that from the Swain pick. It's kind of just like, oh, you were worried about my carry? No, you gotta worry. Look at me. Look at me. I'm the captain now. I'm finishing this. I'm finishing this team fight myself. Oh, I'm not in bot lane. Oh wait, you thought I went back? No, I'm in the mid lane now, and I'm roaming. Like I've seen so many flash hooks, flash anchor tosses from Kratos, which is it's amazing to watch. A very dynamic support play his game. Especially with even on the Leona and the kind of just either tanking up most of the damage and then dishing out as much as he possibly can, or kind of just supporting. We don't see him supporting like traditionally, but he's usually like cut out a name for himself in terms of just an aggressive support who's just doing damage.
Yeah, and super stoked to watch him play. I mean, again, the Swain pick is something that's going to be interesting, and a little bit of contention with this Leona Lulu, which are two of Aggressa's main champions. So let's talk about her a little bit.
Yeah, I said it before and I'll say it again, man. I think that Aggressa definitely had a rough first half of the season, but I think that overall she has just been playing at such a higher level these last few weeks. It kind of feels like for whatever reason something just clicked, and now her and Shatter finally have their groove in bot lane. I think that she's playing really, really well, and you know, Durant talks about Kratos roaming into mid lane and throwing out the anchor tosses at the mid lane. I'm pretty sure rumor has it that Rezo Blue is still recovering from the amount of solar flares that Aggressive is throwing at her in the last series. I mean, this player is seriously no stranger to roaming and supporting the rest of her team. You know, we say before how this team loves to play through J-Real and through Hot and Gay, so Aggressa is always happy to move up and support them and make sure that they have priority and find something that they need, which is why I think the Galio Flexes of recent has been such a fantastic pick for her. So I'm definitely interested to see if that pick comes out tonight, if it does get flexed to her. But overall, just last few weeks that she's just been playing so insanely better. She's been playing really, really consistently.
Yeah, and as you can see, just insanely dominant, thorough teams or members of either team throughout for both squads tonight. So it's going to be a banger of a series. Boys, we're roughly 10 minutes out, but before we take a break and go to our main show, we have this or that.
Woo!
So we're going to get kind of right into it with a more dangerous this or that. So will it be Mograth's Mord tonight, or will Teemo get his Teemo and perform? So Duran, start it off. What do you think this or that.
I don't know about you, but whenever you see someone in solo queue, and their name is best something NA, I say just ban it.
Throwing some
Like
flames out.
I don't think we're like you could the Teemo can play into the Mordekaiser, but eventually the Mordekaiser is suddenly gonna become very tanky. So I say Mordekaiser 100%.
Awesome. Tom, what's your take on it?
Yeah, I'm also got to go that man. Mordekaiser, we said before, is just such a massive pick, not only into Teemo, but into the team of Farmingdale in general. So I think that Mogreth has shown that he's absolutely dominant on this pick. I can't really remember the last time that he picked it and had a bad performance on it, even relatively speaking. So I definitely think I'm gonna have to go with that one for this one.
Fair enough. So both this is for this one. Moving on to the next slide, we have banana peels. Will Shatter get the peel he needs tonight against it? Tom, take it away.
Tom,
Will he
this
get
is
the
all
peel?
you. This is all you, Tom.
Yes, he will. It is this 100%. I'm assuming that the connected banana peel means he gets the peel? Or no, he gets peeled. So it's that. It's that. He's getting peeled, right? Okay, so he's 100% getting peeled tonight. I like I said, I think Aggressive's been playing a lot better. It looks like again, outside of that one little blip in the Malloy game 2, it looks like this team is just on the same page fine. It looks like these guys are finally playing as a unit, kind of like Duran alluded to order with NYT. So I'm going to go ahead and say that 100%. He's getting peeled tonight. He's going to pop off and carry.
Duran, what's your take, man?
I mean, I hope he
This
doesn't
or
get peeled
that?
and he just dies.
No,
No,
a little bit of bias.
yeah.
Just a little.
I'm gonna say the way Farmingdale has been playing, I say 100% he gets peeled. I think you had more than enough time to kind of tighten up everything on your team to make sure that you're playing that either a strat that can protect your golden child for your team. So I say definitely gets peeled.
All right, we're halfway through our slides here. Coming through the next slide, the stronger jungle mid duo, NYIT or Farmingdale? Duran, you start.
I think it's NYT. I think just the combination of Cliff Horse and Hecty in the jungle mid matchup kind of uh Cliff Horse usually likes to focus a lot of the mid lane, so I think the biggest combo is New York Tech.
Okay, and Tom, throw it right over to you, man. What do we got here?
I think if we're talking about regular season, Duran, I 100% agree with you. But this is in the now, right here, right now. J-Real is an absolute perma-smurf. Hot and Gay has been looking so much better in the last few weeks. I think that he is looking to make a statement tonight. I think that statement is, I'm the best mid laner in the ECC. I'm straight up going this. Gotta back my boys on this one, man. Even if it wasn't Hot and Gay, honestly, I am so convinced that J-Real is by far the best jungler in the ECC. I think that maybe his solo queue rank doesn't really show that. Jay, don't kill me. But I really think that these guys are definitely the best jungle mid in the ECC.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what happens with the games tonight, boys. We are so close. And wrapping it up, the last slide of the night. Better bans for NYIT. You have option 1 in the Olaf Siverzillion and option 2 in the Hecarim Galio Kaisa. Now, Tom, I'm going to throw it to you because obviously you know the draft sort of, and you obviously worked with these guys in terms of their draft. So what do you think NYIT has to be a little bit more cautious about here?
So I think obviously based off of that Malloy series, I think Shatter's Kaisa has looked absolutely disgusting. So I think that itself is such an insane power pick. I think obviously that the Hecarim is such a huge pick right now for the current meta in the jungle. I think it's by far the best jungler. And obviously, like we were saying before, right, the Galio getting flexed all around mid and support. So I'm definitely going to go with this. I think that if you leave those choices up for them, that you are just as damned if you do. But in terms of, if you had to pick one, I'm probably going to go with this one.
All right, and Duran, throwing it to you for the last slide of the night, sir. What are you thinking?
I'm gonna go with that. I think that there's enough flex on New York Tech to be able to efficiently use the Galio, efficiently use the Hecarim or the Kaisa, and I think they could use that for their own team. I don't like Zillion at all. I am actually terrified whenever, because there's either you're very very good at Zillion, or you are a grandmaster Smurf in bronze. Like there's no there's no middle ground there. And I think the better bans would be getting rid of the Zillion and the Sivir, who can kind of just like sit in the back, put up her spell shield, and just not get hit for an entire team fight.
Awesome. Awesome, awesome. Boys, thank you for chiming in there. Ladies and gentlemen, we are just under 5 minutes out from this championship match. We're going to take a small break, and when we come back, we're going to do our last-minute prediction, and then it's into the games. Best of 5, NYT, Farmingdale State for the ECC championship. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon.
Nice.
Beautiful.
Good stuff,
Good
guys. Really.
25 minutes, solid. Copy that. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the ECC Esports League of Legends Finals here tonight between the Farmingdale State Rams and the New York Tech Cybears. We are just a few minutes from game time. For those of you just joining us, I'm your host, Michael Absolute Malazi, and with me again, NYT Esports Director Eliza Duran
Hey, how's everybody doing?
and Thomas T. Rob III Robinson of Farmingdale.
How are you now?
Welcome, boys. Welcome. We're very close here, inching closer to game time. For those of you watching, if you did not see the pre-show, we were doing a little bit of this or that, running through some predictions, expectations from both the Rams and the Cybears tonight. If you missed it, don't know why. Really disappointed in you. But boys,
God.
I'm stoked. Again, just waiting for the boys to kind of get this game rolling. Game 1 coming up shortly.
Yeah,
How
man.
we feeling?
I'm just stoked, man. I think that no matter what way you slice it, this is going to be a really, really close series. I think that if you look at the past, I think 100%, NYT definitely has the upper leg no matter what way you slice it. But I think that Farmingdale has looked better and better and better in these last few weeks. So I think that that they could absolutely put up a really strong fight for this victory right here.
Duran, any last minute thoughts before we get into game, and then we'll quickly discuss our predictions for the night.
Yeah, I think this is gonna be a brawl all the way to the end. I don't think any team gets out of this one unscathed. I think there's gonna be like a lot of just like back and forth, just kind of just brawl punches from this one all the way to the end.
Awesome. And just looking at the league client, it says that the teams are both R-ing up. They're ready to go. But before we jump in, Duran, what's your prediction here tonight?
I say NYT takes it 3-1. I say 3-1 is the go.
And Tom, on the flip side, as we just barely get into picks and bans, where are you going? Who's got it?
Abs, I'm falling all the way down into peer pressure. I told you guys my prediction before. I am changing it officially right here, right now, because I believe it when I say it. Farmingdale takes the series 3-2.
So you're saying we're going to Silver Scrapes for a Game 5 and Farmingdale's going to edge it out?
We're going to hear some silver scrapes tonight, and Farmingdale's going to edge it, 100%.
All right, all right. So I guess that leaves me, which this is a hard series to predict. I think Farmingdale is inherently motivated tonight, and NYT has just been obviously so dominant as per their record. But I can't flake on my boys. I want to go for the 3-2 as well. Farmingdale might edge it out. That's what I'm going with. That's my prediction.
Peer pressure.
But we'll only have to wait and see. So picks and bans coming through. Right now, we have on Farmingdale's side, they ban out. They're looking at that. They're looking at Mograth, right? So they ban out the Aatrox, the Mordekaiser, and target Cliff Horse a little bit with that Skarner. NYT on the other side take over and ban out the Teemo, the Seraphine, and the Olaf.
Yeah, I think it's actually kind of interesting that we're seeing the Seraphine ban. We didn't actually get a chance to talk about it in pregame, but Abzaran, we were kind of talking before about how Seraphine is such an insane pickup right now. It's one of the better flex options between mid and support right now. Just absolutely insane team fighting capability, and neither of these teams have played it a single time all season long. So it's kind of interesting to see it banned out. Maybe they're thinking that it's definitely a possibility for tonight. But either way, we're into first picks. Hecarim is going to be first sided blue picked by the Rams. Can't say that we didn't expect that. Udyr and Galio, however, going to be the answers on the NYT side. So we're seeing that Galio priority pick already coming in strong.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting because everybody at New York Tech knows that Galio is kind of like Hecty's #1 pick coming in. And Cliff Horse usually, we haven't seen him play too much in the Udyr, but when he has, it's usually been pretty dominant in Udyr being Udyr right now with the Turbo Chem tank and everything. Looking pretty good, but I'm interested to see that Sivir that just came through right now. So it looks like they're Farmingdale's already going to be choosing their ADC top and the jungler.
Yeah, I think go right ahead, Tom. Go.
I was a little surprised to see that Kaisa was not the pickup for Shatter. We kind of discussed before about how just permasmurf this guy's been lately, and the fact that you can now easily draft a strong bottom lane that pairs so well with the Hecarim. Definitely a little surprised to see that the Sivir is what actually comes through. Don't hate it by any means, right? There's no doubt that Sivir Hecarim works very, very well together, but just a little bit surprised. Renekton, kind of no shock there to anybody to see Teemo go for his main carry as of right now. Super strong, basically at every point in the game. Obviously, it doesn't scale super well, but still serves as a pretty good beefy frontline with a point-and-click stun. That can be very easy to get ganks off. And Gnar is actually going to be the reply. And we're moving into phase 2 bans. NYT opt to immediately take the Zillion off the table. Not super surprised from that one at all. Honestly, I really wouldn't be too surprised if Orianna is their next ban. That's just an insanely safe pickup that is obviously just good all around. It works really, really well with the Hecarim. Ashe being banned out from Anjurisu. I actually like that as well because Anjurisu has played so many games of Ashe, and for the kind of comps that NYT drafts, they kind of fall back on him to be kind of like their auto-engager, right? Opting into the Ashe quite a bit. Jhin even being picked up there to kind of supplement their engage, since their top side doesn't usually draft too much engage. So I love this draft so far from Farmingdale.
Are they just trying to force New York Tech onto the Kaisa? Is that what this is? Because I'm you have to know, like, at this point there's not many other picks. I mean, you can go for Jhin or something like that, but I think they need a lot of damage coming in because the only thing they have right now is yeah, there's the Kaisa, but all they have right now is a Gnar, Udyr, and Galio, and everybody knows that Udyr is basically the runs up, stun him, and then just get out of there. Like, but I want to see what Kratos goes on to because that's gonna either make or break this NYT squad right now. Of course, Gnar can if Mograth can get pretty tanky, he can just kind of just like stride breaker in and then just ult 4 people into a wall. But here's gonna see this Leona. So this is tell me a little bit more about this Leona. You said someone had to put like SPF 1000 sunscreen for.
Yeah, man, Aggressa loves looking for those burns on mid lane, man. Or honestly, overall, Aggressa is a super, super roamy support. She really likes to kind of just leave Shatter on his island and look for the roam. So I think with a priority pick like the Hecarim, and whatever Farmingdale opt for in mid lane here, we'll see in a second. Victor is actually going to be the pick. Ooh. Okay, so I actually like this a lot. Overall, really, really strong team fighting capability. Really good wave clear, good lane priority. So overall, Farmingdale, I'm really, really enjoying this draft for them. It kind of feels like it's playing right into, I shouldn't say right into what they want, but in terms of relative play style, they got comfort right here, man. I mean, it doesn't get much more comfort than this.
So Lulu coming in, so now we're gonna be able to protect the Kaisa and give like another added level of security for either the Gnar or the Galio, who are both gonna be diving in pretty deep. So I'm interested to see how that one's gonna play out because Kratos hasn't played that many games with Lulu in season. I'm sure that they love playing it in scrims and everything, but that's gonna be an interesting pickup as we're gonna have a kind of swap of roles. I told you that that Kratos is really aggressive, and now the Leona's on the other foot right now on the other team, and New York Tech with a comp that's it's gonna be pretty team fighty as well. With the Gnar, if the Gnar has the rage up just in time, that's gonna be a lot of stuns coming in very, very quickly, especially with the Galio coming in at the same time with the Udyr trying to run in, and then Kaiser just open to deal out the damage. But Sivir is what I'm really worried about right now, kind of just tearing through the team if it gets too far ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the only part of NYT that I'm personally scared for is the fact that they did not draft a lot of damage. You kind of said before about Udyr kind of runs in. He's a bit of a stun bot. Yeah, when he's ahead, he can absolutely put out a pretty good chunk of damage. However, things like the Victor and the Sivir, more so the Sivir, but definitely a little bit even to the Victor, should be able to kite it out fairly well with just a little bit of peel from either from the rest of the team, I'll just say. But overall, not a lot of damage drafted on the side of NYIT, kind of leaving a lot of it to Andrew Reese. You know, we'll see if Hecty can kind of get down there and assist his AD carry, but if this guy doesn't get rolling, then when it gets to mid game, when it gets to especially late game, like we're not really going to see a whole lot of damage coming out from this side. So overall, interesting draft. You're definitely right where the team fight has the chance to just be completely massive. You know, Mograth on the Gnar and obviously Hecty on the Galio can be, you know, can spell devastation if Farmingdale steps out too far. But overall, pretty safe backline picks for the Rams. So we'll see how it ends up playing out.
Yeah, we got about just over 90 seconds. Great, interesting drafts from both sides. But Tom, I kind of agree. I think like if the Kaisa doesn't turn on too like soon enough, it could spell disaster. But on the other side, Farmingdale, they have a couple of those hyper carries too. You have the Victor and you have the Sivir, so they're gonna take a while to get rolling as well. So not a lot of pressure on the. I mean, there is a lot of pressure on the early game, but really look for this mid to late game to kind of. I think we're gonna have a quiet early game, to be honest with you.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm definitely expecting a lot of this early game pressure to be up in top lane. Renekton and Hecarim aren't necessarily like the quintessential sort of early ganking, easy prowess that you expected, right? You normally see Renekton paired with something more like an Elise or a Nidalee is what we really commonly see. But Hecarim can absolutely put out that damage for sure. I think they'll have to play really well around Mograth going back into mini in order to get those advantages, but overall, I'm definitely liking the comp that I'm seeing from Farmingdale. I think that we're definitely going to see a bit of a slow early game from the mid and bottom lanes, and I'm definitely expecting a lot of the priority to be set around maybe early Drakes from the Sivir shove or contests up into the top side for the Heralds.
What I'm interested to kind of think about is we understand that late game Victor and Sivir are going to do a lot of damage, and Renekton and Hecarim are going to kind of just be kind of either that front line or dive directly to the back line. But is there a certain point where Galio, Gnar, and Udyr just get too tanky?
True. It's I think it's definitely a potential. The other side of the coin too is these two dive bots in Renekton and Hecarim diving into a Lulu like a polymorph W is all you need. So it's a good counter pick for Kratos here, I think, and I'm assuming he would take exhaust, but we'll see as we get into the game. But boys, we're in it. Game number 1 of this final matchup.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited, Durant. I think you bring up a really excellent point about how the tanky front line of NYIT may be just a little too much. It's kind of interesting to see who goes late because it's a bit of a double-edged sword in the sense that, yeah, I definitely agree that the back line of a Kaisa Lulu will have a much easier time dealing with a Hecarim and a Renekton in the late game. However, on the other side of it, if we get to late game and we get a hyperfed Victor or a Sivir, I mean that's gonna be able to deal with something like a Gnar and an Udyr fairly easily. I want to say the damage that these two laners can put out is pretty massive. So it's kind of a bit of a double-edged sword where it'll if this game does go late, we'll see kind of what teams got the better backline access or what tanks are kind of able to make the best out of a bad situation.
I guess we're just gonna have to wait to see how this one plays out because, like we said, we've been hyping up these two teams this entire time. It's just gonna take a little bit for either of these teams to get started. You give them an inch, they'll take a mile kind of deal. So we're gonna see how each team plays offense. Gonna see who can capitalize on the other's mistakes first. As we're getting into our first game of the ECC finals, guys. How do you guys feel about this right now?
Whew, man, I'm excited, baby. I cannot wait to see how game 1 goes. I think that the best part about this, I know I'm getting really ahead of myself now, but I can't wait to see how these teams end up augmenting their drafts based off of what we see here in game 1, right? We're talking so much about it, and I'm excited to see, do either of these teams realize, okay, we made kind of a mistake here or there. Maybe we don't want to give, this person that, and we'll see how it turns out. But I want to keep the focus here and now.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat as Tom. This game's going to be a learning one to see what tendencies each team has, but obviously they've done plenty of research on each other, I'm sure, going into this final match. And minions have spawned, boys, so we are in it.
Yeah, so we're going to see a pretty standard pathing, or I should say start from both junglers. Both junglers opting to kind of start in the bot side. A good ward early coming out from Hecti right over the wall into J-Real's Raptor Pit to try to spot to see where he's going early. We actually saw that same exact ward come out against the Malloy series, and J-Real got a really huge advantage off it because he kind of tricked them and he baited them and went all the way around the same way that he just walked into Red Pit. He walked all the way around and was able to actually get up to the red buff of Matt and got a really nice first blood onto him. So not going to be the case here. I think that ward is just super smart because every Hecarim wants to take Raptors early. It's just such an easy camp for Hecarim to take. It's a ton of golden experience. So either, you know, J-Real's going to have to just kind of bite the bullet and say, all right, you know where I am, that's fine, I'm going to take this money, or he's going to have to maybe look for something a little sneakier and maybe miss out on that experience. So
I'm really
nice
interested. When did they put the ward onto Raptors?
That was just as Red was spawning.
Okay, so that's really interesting. So now they know exactly where he is, and I'm pretty sure they know exactly where Cliff Horse is right now as the pings go on to Cliff Horse, and he's going to make his way into his red, and I think it's just going to be the counter wards on both sides. I think both junglers will end up at top lane if they follow their paths correctly. And we're going to see who gets the little scuttle bug. Little scuttly. Scuttle, I completely forgot. Young Scut. My boy, Young Scut.
Young Scut, man. Yeah, so red side generally takes a little bit longer to clear as your Krugs divide into, you know, mitote, or whatever the verb of mitosis is, into thousands of little rocks. And the Raptors, obviously, you don't have good AoE. It takes a little bit to clear. So, yeah, I think you're right. Both these guys should be, it looks like Cliff Horse is just a little bit closer, but an early recall from Mograth means that it looks like Cliff Horse might actually get this crab, regardless of the fact that his top laner backs early. So J-Real probably going to recognize this and say, okay, you know what, he's got a faster clear than me early. I'm just going to make my way down to this crab, and the bottom lane of Farmingdale have kind of already figured that out. Good kill on the ward.
Yeah.
So it looks like they're just going to get his their jungler priority, and Cliff Horse is coming down, going to try to double scut J-Real, but
J-Real's already there.
Farmingdale's bot lane. Yeah, I don't know if... Okay, yeah, so J-Real does actually get it. So crabs go 1-1, so Cliff Horse is not going to be able to double crab J-Real. And as we're talking, first camp comes back up for J-Real. So both these guys just going to look for power players early on. It's not very characteristic of either of these guys to just sort of like power farm their way through the early game. Usually we see a gank and a death by now from both of these teams, but taking a little slow here in game one.
I wonder if it's going to be, like we were saying, the quiet early game, not because of like just the champion nature, but you know, it's the finals. Game one, a huge advantage goes to the winner of this game, momentum based and also mentally. So I feel like both teams, as much as they're confident in each other, they might be a little reluctant to make some plays early game. So we'll see how that pans out.
Hey guys. Quick question for you. There's a culling in the top lane on the Gnar.
Interesting.
So that's gonna be interesting a little bit later because with the Gnar range, best team going kind of low under turret. I'm pretty sure Mograth won't be diving that end. It doesn't look like J-Real is anywhere close to kind of do anything about that. But good ward, putting that ward in the river, figuring out that someone eventually is gonna come to help Teemo. As Mograth's gonna jump directly out of that, but that culling is really interesting. I don't think I've seen that yet this season. Either that or just was preoccupied with other things. But it's really interesting overall. What do you guys think about that?
I think it's definitely a little uncharacteristic, but I actually really, really like it. I think Mograth did a good job at identifying the fact that this is kind of the one lane that early game-wise, Farmingdale can play through, right? You're not really going to look to gank a Victor who's against a Galio. That's a pretty safe matchup for Galio. And bot lane is going to be pretty much shoved in all lane. I think that's kind of the MO, is that Sivir is just going to end up kind of boomerang the wave and just keep Anjarisu under his tower, and maybe they look for a Drake or two with that pressure. But I think that Mograth does kind of identify the fact that, okay, my goal is to not 1v1 the Renekton here. My goal is to kind of just sit back, and if I leave this lane even, then that technically means he's ahead because Renekton wants to go for kills early. So I like the fact that he's like, I'm just going to get the call, I'm going to sit back, I'm going to farm up, and I'm going to do my job as a top laner and play weak side. And I think he did a good job of that. And actually on the flip side, we talk about how Farmingdale want to get early advantages with the shoving from the Victor and the Sivir, but it's actually NYT that opt to take the first dragon, and there is no contest from Farmingdale.
Yeah, just a super commanding Drake there. Bot lane of NYT had priority, rotated up, Cliff Force was there. Solid calls out from them, and they secure the first dragon in an Ocean Drake.
Yeah, and next Drake coming out is actually going to be Infernal. Abs, you know what that means.
Mograph?
And Riot finally
Hold
on
on,
bit. Hold on,
Mograph.
we're actually going a little aggressive in the top lane here. Has to burn the Dominus, Teemo, and Mograph was about to go into Meganar, maybe look for something with the ultimate, but all top laners going to walk away relatively unscathed. Teemo's got to burn the Dominus, but he'll just get a reset off. He'll be happy.
But yes, Tom, I do realize what that means with the Infernal Drag finally coming out of her lair.
Yeah, really, against the entire, for anybody who maybe watched Farmingdale series against Emeloy last week, in 4 games, there was not a single Infernal Drake in the entire series. Not one. So,
Totally insane.
with their first Infernal of playoffs.
We're starting
we'll
this
have
one
to
out
see.
spicy. The Dragons wanted
Yeah,
to come
man.
and see how this match is gonna shake up.
Exactly. But I like Mograth's itemization, opting for the early plated steel caps. Just giving him a little bit of extra efficiency against Renekton's kind of burst trades in and out. So he's going to be a little bit more healthy up there in the long run. And just kind of stacking his call, waiting for that thing to finally cash out. But Cliff Force is here.
Oh, and he's gonna go over the wall with best Teemo and A, and I don't think, I don't know if J Real will be able to get to there in time. There's a flash bear. Slap is gonna come in, and J Real is gonna be in, but here's gonna come the Galio ult, not gonna be enough, as they will get him away from that one. Renekton flash, and yeah, I think that was the biggest thing that came in. Renekton flash for Cliff Force flash.
Onslaught of Shadows burnt as well for J-Real.
True. Yeah, not sure what Teemo was trying to do there. His mid lane and his top lane were both backed, so not sure if it was a communication thing. But Tom, that's what, and Durant, we were talking about this before the game. A lot of issues for Farmingdale last week against Malloy kind of boiled down to communication. So, you know, maybe there's a little bit of pregame jitters here, that kind of sort of thing. But like, NYT just exploiting that. Cliff Force able to flash forward and force the flash out of Teemo, and Tom, like you said, Onslaught of Shadows gone, which is a massive cooldown early.
Yeah, absolutely. Farmingdale like to play their series slow. I feel like Farmingdale always kind of start cold and end hot, so maybe they're kind of just getting the int out now, so that way they can go into perma-smoke mode later. But either way, that's not something that I'd ever like to see from your team. So yeah, definitely just a little bit of miscommunication, maybe on a different page. Teemo maybe thinking, yeah, I can evade this, no problem. I got some help. When really, jungle mid, we're both backed on Farmingdale, so. Good advantage burned out. We'll see how NYT play around it. I don't know if they're going to opt to go for a dive onto a Renekton, who does still have the Dominus. So we'll see how how that pressure does end up playing out. But definitely a good trade for NYT. Flash for nothing.
Oh, but looks like best Teemo's gonna go back in as Mograth is gonna jump right out. Can we talk about this bottom lane really quick, because it's 83 to 80 right now, just kind of pushing waves into this Kai'Sa. And still getting still keeping it even. So good management from Andrisu to kind of play directly under towers. They're gonna be popping the Rift Herald very, very close, and the Rift Herald will go and see if they can assassinate that cannon minion.
Go in for the charge.
Ooh, and 160 gold to both.
Not super keen on that Rift Herald in particular. I kind of feel like you really want to use a Rift Herald to get lower plates down, right? Obviously, the first plates. Hold on, I'm gonna stop right there because Dominus burn from Teemo as Mograth jumps right on top of his head, but
holds the ult though. He still has it ready.
Teemo may be a little greedy here with this. I don't know what he thinks he's doing, but Mograth can just ult him right into the wall. But Aggressive now going.
Yeah, they're gonna go directly into the Lulu, and will the Lulu be able to survive this? No, Shatter will commit the flash for this one, as Andrisu is unfortunately not going to be able to get anything with that. Meanwhile, in top lane, Mograth looks like he might be ganked, and he will, and he's going to be able to take the the minion out of there just in time, and they committed a lot to the top lane as well. First blood of the series, though, coming out for Farmingdale.
Yeah, like we said before, man, their bottom lane has just looked so much better. So that is not a duo lane that you would expect to see a 2v2 first blood on 2 weeks ago. But these two have obviously put in a lot of work together and you know, done everything they can to actually improve that synergy. So yeah, I mean, listen, hats off to Andreesu for actually keeping up in farm in a lane where he's just getting constantly shoved in, but first blood does come through. I'm going to stop talking right now because we're going to have a fight.
Here comes Mograth.
Right, yeah, Mograth jumping right in onto J-Real. Has to Onslaught of Shadows his way
Everyone has to get out.
And my IT members down here.
Will Cliff Horse be able to survive? Oh, okay.
No, Teemo's going to get taunted up by Hecty. He's going to go down immediately. Maybe an overcommit from Farmingdale here. Doesn't have
whoa, that was an interaction that just happened. As the Leona pulled into the Gnar, but the Gnar jumping away just in time, but the pull still committing. As we're gonna have a little bit of a dragon dance right now. Cliff Horse is gonna tickle the dragon a little bit, and New York Tech gets 3, but New York Tech is gonna be losing 2 members to the Sivir. The Sivir is gonna now be getting a double kill as New York Tech is trying to salvage back this team fight, and it's not looking too good right now.
Yeah, a massive solar flare from Aggressa. Clips 4 and stuns about 2 or 3. And the boomerang blades from Shatter just clean up the team fight. An absolute bloodbath. But only 2 fall on the side of NYIT, blinking health bars on the rest. And that means that Farmingdale, even off of a rusty kind of start of it where Teemo gets caught, still find a way to take the fight and take Drake number 2 in this game.
Farmingdale now up 1K gold compared to New York Tech. J-Real going kind of low on that red buff.
A little spicy there, Jay.
Just a little bit, and not the best ending to a very good team fight for you if you die to red buff right after.
Yeah, very true.
New York Tech, you have to admit the solar flares coming in at the perfect time. Stop, because Hecty got I think a 3 members taunt on that one.
A big taunt.
So we're gonna see how this one's gonna play out because now the Sivir's 300 with 300 gold bounty and 3 kills.
Yeah, so Shatter is off to the races right here, right now, man. We're talking about the Sivir that's just going to scale up and be an absolute team fight behemoth. He's already 3-0 ahead of his lane partner. Going to scale harder than that Kai'Sa. Going to have a better team fight than her as the only true damaged threat on NYIT. So this is about as good as you want your first game to go if you are a Farmingdale fan right now.
Yeah, definitely fair. Huge 3 kills over to Shatter to begin with, sitting on that 300 gold shutdown. And, you know, I was looking at the beginning of this game. Udyr actually is about 30 CS up on Jay, which is something that we're not used to seeing Jay trail behind like that. So props to Cliff Horse in that respect. I mean, he's 32 plus on J-Real right now, and that's translating. He's able to pick up his chem tank insanely early. And just be a little bit more of a presence around the map for this Cyber squad.
Yeah, honestly, to see a jungler have 128 farm at 14 minutes, I'm going to stop right now.
Oh, wait, here comes J-Real?
Commit. Yeah, hang on, we'll see.
Oh, he's going to throw him into the turret?
Towards the tower, Onslaught of Shadows to get him out. Teemo's up under the tower. Not going to fall just yet.
Going to go in very...
There. Flash out from Mograth, and the ult is burned from Hecty to keep his top laner alive. Flashes down for the side of Mograth. Ghost burn for J-Real. Onslaught of Shadows burn too, but now we're seeing an all-in onto the bottom lane. Onto
I don't think he's able to get out of this, is he?
Flare out. He's got a burn flash as well. The
great job from Farmingdale.
Yeah, massive 2v2 down once again for the Farmingdale bot lane. Aggressive takes the kill that time. Both summons burn for her, but it's a flash and a killer instinct from Andreesu gone as well.
Looks like Andreesu didn't see Aggressive slip into the first brush down bot, and that translates to an easy Zenith Blade into the Solar Flare and secures another kill, and expends the heal too there. So the bot lane of NYIT here, little overzealous I feel, but you also just got to give it to Farmingdale. Great playmaking down here in the bot lane. Aggressive is not missing in this game number 1.
Yeah, man, she's She's popping off right now. We were saying before about how the scale definitely tips into Kratos' favor when it comes to the support matchup, but Aggressive is just kind of throwing that into everybody's face right now. She is playing really, really freaking well right now. First tower does go over to the side of Farmingdale as well because of that 2v2 kill. And with the next Drake, the first Drake in the soul count coming up here, that's going to be Earth Drake coming up in about a minute for Farmingdale. So it looks like resets are going to come out. Waves get shoved. J-Ro going to do just a little bit of counter jungling before this Drake comes up. And both teams are likely going to be lining up here in the next 30 seconds or so to do the dance-off once again.
Yeah, opting for this Mountain Soul just under 1 minute. Both teams definitely going to be a pressure point here. We'll have to see if Mograth looks to either rotate or they're just going to burn the teleports and match TPs up in the top lane. But right now, I mean, Shatter's massive, so a team fight could be a little sketchy for NYT unless they find the right fight and look for a pick, I think, beforehand.
Yeah, so one of the important things to note right now is that Cliffhorse does still have that Rift Herald in his back pocket, so I'm expecting after this Scuttle Crab for him to run likely into the mid lane, drop that Herald to give himself a little bit of pressure, and maybe forcing a fight. Hold on, Shatter's getting jumped right on. Yeah, has to burn the ult and flash immediately. Really good pressure, and Shatter just maybe not playing around vision as well as he wanted to, but it's a flank now from J-Real that actually forces NYT out of the river and back onto their side of the jungle. So even though Shatter's got to burn a lot here to keep himself safe, complete river control now from Farmingdale on the backside of it.
Eager to mention that Mograth actually expended his TP because he was up top, but Teemo did not. He actually just rotates over for the Drake, so I think Farmingdale starts it up here too, and it's slowly ticking down.
We're going to see a little bit of a team fight here. Here comes Best Teemo and A is going to go directly to the back line as Onslaught Silo is going to go right through the New York Tech squad. Cliffhorse is going to go low as Hecty will not be able to ult out, and Farmingdale going to decisively take the Mountain Drake. Second Drake of the game.
Massive onslaught of shadows coming out from J-Real. Hits about 3 members on the backside, fearing Hecty, and I believe it may have been Cliffhorse or Mograth back into the team of, or back into the waiting arms of the Ram, I should say. So with Hecty going down there immediately, NYT just has no option but to give it up. So really, really good play by by Farmingdale there to kind of get good river control and to get the team fight victory over NYT and secure themselves Drake number 2.
Yeah, another kill going over to Shatter, sitting pretty with that 450 gold shutdown, but no flash in his arsenal. So this next team fight, I would expect one of the members of NYT to really try to hunker him down and lock him down, because if he has no spell shield, he is a sitting duck with no flash.
Yeah, I gotta say that once again, though, we're kind of seeing the bad moments of the draft coming through here for NYT. Hot and Gay had a really questionable position there. Once his gravity field went down, Cliffhorse just ran right up to him and hit the stun button, and he burned Hot and Gay's cleanse immediately. So yeah, was Hot and Gay in any really immediate danger because he did have cleanse? No, but he did let Cliffhorse walk right up to him and get some CC down onto him. So yeah, I don't know, you can't help but to think, but maybe if Hecty was on something like an Echo or just something that's good and can follow up with damage, or same to Mograth, right? Like
Mograth is not able to connect with the ult, but is going to try to get some follow-up damage down on the turnaround.
Yeah, Mininar going in and getting a little bit of damage. Second Rift Herald. They get it again. What did that happen? I must have missed something, but that's okay.
They're still able, well, they're at least able to crack mid-turret, which is a nice consolation prize for these unfavorable team fights that they've been having.
Yeah, absolutely. So just a little bit of gold back over into the pocket of NYT. Gold at 20 minutes is sitting at about a 2k gold lead now in the favor of the Rams. So most of that gold lead definitely going to be in Shatter's pocket. So Farmingdale is definitely going to be really, really happy about that one.
Yeah, and Tom, and we were talking at the beginning of this game. The eyes are going to be on Shatter, and he's delivering right off the rip for the Rams. A huge momentum swing, I think, for them as their team captain. So if you're the Rams right now, you're feeling pretty good, but you can't count the side bears out yet. This team, late game, if it is able to come online, it is very scary.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that overall you got to just be happy for the Rams in the sense that last week their early games were really not looking too good, right? We kind of talked about that bit of a blip of a game on against Malloy where it felt like none of them were really on the same page. Everybody was kind of doing different things. They were kind of opting out of tower dives when the other was going in. It was sort of just all over the place. But this game, we're kind of seeing everybody sort of on the same page, and it's been working out beautifully for them. Well, we're going to now see Mogreth in that top lane trying to jump or break down that top tier tower, and same over to Farmingdale in the mid lane. Shatter getting this wave shoved in. He's going to
be able to get this pretty easily.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And not a problem for a Sivir at all. So mid tower does fall for NYIT. This map's opening up.
Yeah, Mogreth's still bullying Teemo though up here, even though Teemo opts for the Stride Breaker. Mutual Stride Breakers for the both of the top laners, but he also opts for a Bramble Vest. Doesn't opt to finish his boots just yet though. So I feel like I like the Merc. I think he's going for the Merc Treads here, and we'll see how that ends up panning out for him. A little bit of that tenacity coming through.
Yeah, I think you definitely got to go for the Merc Treads in a heavy CC comp like NYIT have drafted for themselves. So I'm definitely going to be expecting that to come out here for him. But we will see all in good time. Baron is up. It's been live for about 2 minutes now. So either of these teams, if they get a good macro chance, can absolutely go toward that Drake. Or excuse me, that Baron between Udyr and Kai'Sa, and then between, you know, the rest of the members of Farmingdale. Both teams should not have a problem taking it fairly quickly, I'll say. Neither of these teams really have like a super slow dragon take, but it looks like the eyes are definitely going to be on the 4th Drake of the game, which comes up in about 30 seconds. River control.
And that's gonna be top turret going down for as New York Tech is gonna finally be able to get that one. So it's gonna be almost like a mirror finish on both sides, to be completely honest.
Yeah, the only tier 1 standing left is actually, or excuse me, I am misspeaking because tier 1 is up for Farmingdale in the bot side, and tier 1 is actually still up for NYT in the top side, so pressure going that way, but
There's
either
a
way,
dragon fight,
both
though.
teams, looking for the dragon
Hot
dance.
Gay
up
has
good.
his cleanse still. That's a lot of vision wards in the
Yeah, boomerang. Yeah, boomerangs from both squads. Boomerang from the Sivir and boomerang from Mogreth's Gnar just getting tossed out. Both teams trying to chunk the other down as much as they possibly can. Drake is now started up. J-Real looks like he's trying to pull it over to the side. His side maybe.
Like backing up here though.
Yeah, I think they want the Drake. I think they want the Drake to just kind of focus down Cliff Force for a while, and I think the idea is to get that mid wave shoving and maybe, you know, in this dance off, make NYT just lose a little bit more farm. So I actually like this a lot, but overall, the poke is definitely favoring NYT pretty heavily. That Drake's gonna do a little bit of damage, but a slow auto attacks, it's not going to do too much. Mega Gnar now in Mogreth, and this is where NYT are just going to try to force it down. Mega Gnar has his ult. It's going to be really hard to get through,
And there goes the ult, and they're going to be pushing everybody back. I'm not going to be able to put any stuns on anybody just yet, as they're going to be facing down, and they're going to be able to get rid of Kratos. There's going to be a pretty big team fight coming up on all sides. Shatter's going to be chasing down the Gnar, and Farmingdale looks like it will be winning this team fight very decisively again. Too much damage coming out on all fronts right now as Hecty is going to even get the taunt, but Shatter's still able to get rid of Hecty on the backside of that. Not enough damage coming in just yet, as Farmingdale is going to be chasing New York Tech back down to their 2nd tier turret and just getting this one.
Yeah, so Farmingdale actually lose the Drake in that. It looked like J-Real was maybe opting to go into the Drake and go for the 1v1 smite fight, but instead he just says, you know what, Angerisu's right here. I'm diving on his face. Farmingdale do take down 3 in this fight. While they only trade Shatter's life, he does actually throw the shutdown over onto Angerisu, so that's definitely not the person you want it to be on. So I'm going to go ahead and say that not a terrible trade in any way, shape, or form for the Cybears. But 3 kills do go over to Farmingdale's side, so that gold lead gonna be jumping up just a little bit, if not at all, you know, for the Rams here.
Interesting point here. Angerisu actually, either with that shutdown gold or he had it saved up, opts for the Lord Dominic's 2nd item on this Kai'Sa. So a lot of armor shred coming out because he's gonna be hitting that Hecarim and that Renekton primarily in these fights, but an interesting second item choice, in my opinion. Tom, what do you think about that? Because you're obviously a Kai'Sa player yourself.
Yeah, I don't hate it, only because Lord Dom definitely did just get hit on this patch, but not anywhere near to the point where the item is not insanely super strong like it was before. It's still an incredible item. I don't know if I'm ready to commit the fact that it was a great second item. I still think Collector is super good here. It gives Kai'Sa everything she needs, and not to mention that the Execute is obviously super good. Yeah, hold on.
Nice pull coming in.
Everything burns down from Aggressa, and Kratos just gets evaporated. Hecty now in the middle of 4, though. The plant's going to get him over to the wall, but right into the arms of the Farmingdale carries. He's not long for this world at all. Its Shatter is just going to auto-attack him down, but it's J-Real that picks up the final kill. 2 for 0 for the side of the Rams, and it's the top lane turret that's now on their side.
Yeah, Farmingdale looking unbelievably strong this game, kind of putting all their chips in onto the Sivir, and the Sivir just paying off for them over and over again, as even though like Teemo not winning the top lane in the laning phase, still able to get 2 kills in a team fight, still being Renekton, kind of able to go directly to the backline like we said during the draft phase, and kind of just start singling people out.
Yeah, I think that the support Victor for the Rams is really paying off. 0-7 for Hot and Gay right now in the mid lane. While it's a lot better than being 0-7-0, but it still definitely hurts to be a scaling Victor and have 0 kills. But nonetheless, Farmingdale is going to be really happy that at least one of their carries is super fed right now and able to kind of carry a lot of these fights for them. But yeah, I mean, Shatter, if you look at the items, he's an entire full item up on Andurisu. So even though, Andurisu is doing a really great job at staying safe in a lot of these fights, his KDA looks great. He's not getting caught out too much outside of that first time in the lane. He's keeping up with farm against the Sivir, which is incredibly hard to do. He's having a great game for himself, but Shatter, man, just picking up so many kills in these fights. He's just running away with this game right now for the Rams.
Yeah, like you said, just insanely strong right now. He's almost level 13. 3 items to his name. Actually just picked up a stopwatch too. So
they're gonna focus down best Teemo. Yeah, they're gonna be knocking him back, and Mograth is trying to get this ult. Will he be able to teleport in time? Oh no, he's gonna be stable to stun him out, and they're gonna be moving him back, and they will finally get everybody. But
wow,
best Teemo Nay just able to get the shutdown, as Farmingdale will be focusing down this Baron. They should know about this.
Double TP coming out.
Yeah, we'll see if NYT is able to get there in time, but this Baron is just going down way too quickly. No, they are not. Good Solar Flare to zone out the rest of NYT. Follow-up stopwatch is going to be burned out from Hecty, but the Rams trade their top laner for a Baron. That is not a bad trade if I do say so myself.
Teemo was just able to stall so much time with the healing from his inherent Q. I think NYT thought they had him, and then he Q'd and got like a third of his health back, and it was like, wait a minute, he's not dead. So took a little bit more time, and even though NYT forced both teleports, they still can't find anything with the Baron. Baron goes over to Farmingdale, and now they're going to scoop up this dragon here.
Yeah, so they're going to scoop this dragon, but I think Farmingdale is going to be happy to give it. Now they have really low priority, and Farmingdale can just march down this mid wave and maybe even take an inhibitor for themselves. I don't know why they're really not posturing for it. They should just be walking right up and attacking this turret, but they're actually going to opt to not. They're going to say, you know what, we're not really too sure about this. They're coming off of fresh backs. Maybe we don't really want to go for this, but I think Farmingdale definitely had the tempo there to where they could have just easily forced down that Drake, forced down that tower, but either way, good call from NYIT to just scoop up that Drake, make sure that Farmingdale can at least loses something for that Baron.
What's also interesting is that now, even though like NYT not doing the best this entire team fight, but one more, if they are able to secure one more dragon, that's going to be a lot of shields for their backline, coming up with the Mountain Drake soul.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that you're right on that. It's going to make Farmingdale's job of bursting these or getting through at least these front lines, right, a lot harder. And the dive from Farmingdale is definitely going to have a lot harder of a job, especially through a Lulu already. It's a good spot and a good win con for NYIT, no doubt. We'll see how it ends up shaping up, but Farmingdale looks like they're just putting the siege down onto him. Since Teemo did fall early, was not up for that Baron. He's not going to have Baron, so it looks like a few members are just going to come up here and support him and just kind of make sure that these Baron waves are getting thrown in. But Mograth throws Teemo right in. Good job to just walk right out, but it looks like he might just get taunted up under the tower. Teemo's still tanking.
Oh my god.
Just yet, but the rest of the fight was going really well for Farmingdale. Nobody dies somehow. So much is thrown out from both sides. It's the ult from Hecty, it's the ult from Mograth, it's the ult from Kratos as well, but Farmingdale are able to walk out. And now inhibitor towers are down, inhibitors are sure to follow, but not just
another
yet.
taunt coming in. We'll be able to get the support, but it will be maybe a little bit too late, as they're going to be going directly onto Hot and Gay. Hot and Gay is going to be able to pop the Zonias, as Farmingdale is still running away with multiple objectives while this entire team fight is happening. They're able to pick up 2, and Farmingdale able to run out, not able to. Oh, the spell shield not gonna be able to. It's not gonna be able to keep him alive, and he's not gonna be able to survive that taunt. Oh. He's able to get 2 though, which is absolutely insane. As he will be going down, New York Tech is gonna be able to get the ace, but Shatter's able to pick up 2.
Yeah, Shatter does an absolutely outstanding job there. Spell shield does come out a little early, so the taunt does connect from Hecty, but. Kind of like that double lift clip. If anybody knows that clip of him in the bot lane where he comes out of the zone and just able to pick up so many kills on the back end of it. So Shatter doing a really good job at least making sure that, you know, 2 inhibitors fall, so probably not going to be able to get too much anyway. But with 2 dead, definitely not going to be able to really get too much off the side of the Rams. So Rams do get aced. Baron does go down inevitably, but it's a 4.5k gold lead at 32 minutes into the game. And the Cybears have 2 inhibitors down.
Interesting thing to mention is that Shatter had the stopwatch there on that Hecty taunt, but opted not to use it, and now actually just translates it into a Guardian Angel, so an even harder Sivir to kill on top of the spell shield, the ultimate, and now this second life. So, but Andrisu on the other side ends up picking up 2 kills. This Kai'Sa's slowly turning online, so Farmingdale's got to be a little careful. He'll try and get after this final inhibitor and final tower.
Dragon's gonna come up in 1 minute and 11 seconds, so I think there might be posturing for that, because Baron's not gonna be able. It's not gonna come for another 20 seconds after that. So Farmingdale looking to push as many lanes in as much as they possibly can. So let's see what they're able to do with this one.
Yeah, it looks like now with both lanes, top and mid, they're going to have pretty easy pressure with those inhibitor waves just automatically shoving into the base. All 5 members of Farmingdale are posturing down here for this mid inhibitor. I bet it's probably just a stall out for that Drake, if I had to guess. They're going to be able to probably just pick that up, no problem, as NYT really can't do much about leaving their base. So Farmingdale going to be able to likely take this Drake without contest, which will put both teams onto sole point. 34 minutes into this game. But as of right now, we see the Rams just pushing right back into bottom lane. 15 seconds left until that Drake spawns. Maybe now that the lane, top lane, that Mograth is kind of preoccupied, maybe we see the Rams look for a bit of a push here, try to take that tower, and we kind of do.
Coming in.
Yeah, Shatter is just going to be able to take this tower and a few more auto attacks. They might have to wait for 1 more wave. They might opt to just go take this Drake, but we'll see what the call is. I think they're sticking around. They really want this turret. Team just walking right up and saying, no, gimme.
And I don't think NYT doesn't have any adjustments. Like they don't have anything to get to the back line. This Sivir, I mean, if you're able to get rid of her, it's gonna be a slightly favorable team fight for you, but there's still a lot of now other things you have to worry about. It's not just a Sivir.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that tower getting broken down, Farmingdale are not going to opt to take the inhibitor just yet, as they are going to take that Drake. Baron is up and on the map, so we'll see if either of these teams are able to posture over for it. Farmingdale should definitely have the opportunity here, as both inhibitors are still down for the side of the Cybears. Looks like Teemo is opting to maybe get a little bit of split push action on, as he still does have that TP, but the remaining members of Farmingdale are moving now towards that top side of the map. Looks like it's just going to be a slow, methodical push here to choke the Cybears out of this victory.
Something you mentioned, Tom, earlier in the game was the support Victor in a way. Obviously,
Mhm.
sitting 0-1-7, it's not the ideal scoreline, but 300 farm and also just so potent with his zone control in
Yeah.
the W. He's just the gravity field is so good in restricting NYT from getting onto Farmingdale's back line, and that's really proved to be a difference here. But in the event that NYT is able to get on top of both of them, it could spell disaster.
Yeah, absolutely. This Farmingdale squad now starting Baron up, and that thing just gets absolutely obliterated so incredibly quick with that Victor and Sivir, like we said before. So Baron back into the hands of Farmingdale. They're going to get a nice little reset off, pick up the last few items, and look for the ending push onto the Side Bears. Back out onto the map. We'll see what their lane assignments will be in just a second. So even though that last Drake, soul point for both of these teams is coming up in 3 minutes, I highly doubt that Farmingdale want this game to go to that point regardless.
Yeah, still a lot of game left to play here, but closing in. Farmingdale looking for the dagger that does it. Slowly just pushing in waves. They have the Baron. Shatter has his QSS now. He's at 4 items fully with the LDR just recently picked up and 300 plus farm. So he is massive.
Yeah, absolutely. Teemo's going to be splitting in the bot wave here just to get a little bit of pressure, make it harder for the NYT to clear out these Baron up minions. Hecty looks like he's on a bit of a flank, going to get spotted out now. Winds of War going to give him away, but Aggress is just going to be able to take the Banshee off of him so that he doesn't...
Ooh, they're going to try to go directly
on
onto him. Shatter needing to pop the ult as New York Tech is going to try to make one last commitment to see if they can get rid of the members of Farmingdale. But Clipforce is already going low. The onslaught of Shatter is going to go right through. His best team Lene is going to be able to get rid of Hecty 12. New York Tech is going to see if they could survive this as their AD carry will be going down, and Farmingdale looking to finish off their first game of the series with a dominating 1-0. Best team Lene is going to see if they could chase down Mograth. Clipforce and Mograth not gonna look too good, as I doubt they'll be able to fight multiple member plus this Fed Sivir, who's just kind of tearing right through the team. Great job, yeah. Amazing team fight from Farmingdale and that reaction just to kind of get out of that as quickly as possible.
Yeah, really, really good job by Farmingdale to kind of negate the engage from NYT, and they are going to take game 1 in our series. The Rams go up to 1-0.
Yeah, that was an explosive game 1. I was not expecting that kind of performance from Shatter. He shut me right up. So, but that's what we were kind of saying, guys, right? Like, Shatter had the microscope on him, and he totally delivered a final score line of, I believe it was 8-2 and 8. So massive performance from him, and just so strong, so difficult for this Cybear team to deal with. They had the lead early, but with those kills just going over to the Sivir, they couldn't really do much, and he was just able to kind of turn online and carry the game, essentially.
Yeah, an interesting stat here at the end of the game. Hot and Gay and Mograth, the Victor and the Gnar, had relatively the same exact damage, with Mograth just barely able to eking out at about 21,100. Shatter ending out the game with 36,300 damage, just doing work on that Sivir, man.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I believe we're going to quickly take a short break, and when we come back, we will have game number 2 of this series coming up. Farmingdale, though, take game 1, up 1-0. We'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the ECC Esports League of Legends Finals. I'm your host, Michael Absolute Malazi. I have Eliza Duran, the director of NYIT Esports here, as well as Thomas T. Rob III Robinson. And boys, what an explosive game number one from Farmingdale.
Yeah, man, absolutely. I said it before, and I'm gonna say it again. I really, really, really liked their draft, and I really, really, really did not like NYIT's. I think they got a lot of really, really good power picks for themselves, and I think they got a lot of comfort. But overall, I think that Farmingdale did a really good job at. I'm gonna stop saying really. Did a good job at figuring out kind of their recipe for drafting. I think that they understood that the Ash and the Nautilus were huge engage tools that they heavily rely on. And outside of that, there were multiple times that NYIT were kind of first on scene for a Drake or for, whatever it was that they were contesting. And Farmingdale were able to kind of like walk right up, and they didn't really have any engage tools outside of Mograth maybe landing an okay Gnarl. So I think that Farmingdale did a great job at drafting, and I think they did an even better job at playing together as a team, like we said, or like we hoped that they would. This is definitely not looking like a game 1 and 2 Malloy series. This is definitely looking like a game 3 and 4 from this team. So I'm definitely really happy to see what they brought out for us in game 1.
Yeah, definitely. Duran, what's your takeaway here for NYT?
Yeah, I think it's kind of just exactly what we discussed during draft. They didn't have enough damage to kind of deal with the big carries that were gonna eventually come up for Farmingdale, and unfortunately that first team fight didn't go that way. Two kills directly to the Sivir, and then Shatter just absolutely popping off, even though in the middle of like a 4v5 able to get 2 kills before going down. Still not popping the Zonias. Remember, still did not even use the thing. And I know there's a lot of Shatter fans in chat who, and it's definitely 100% deserved, because Farmingdale absolutely popped off during that match, as New York Texas has to figure out a new way back into this game, because that draft that they just did, that ain't it, Chief. Because because they need Hecty on something that's a little bit more powerful, or something that can that it's put him back on that Echo, like the Echo that gave him his first pentakill in week number 3 that he popped off on. I think giving him something that really, like, even if the Sivir did pop off, if Hecty just happened to be an Echo at that point, she would die regardless. If he gets next to her, she could just pop ult and then just get all the way back. So I think New York Texas need to reevaluate their draft here, because if they, like I said, like we said before, if Farmingdale is allowed to get any farther than like a couple kills onto Shatter, then they're gonna just run away with the game.
Yeah,
I couldn't. Sorry, go on.
I totally agree. Sorry, Tom. But I kind of wanted to flip a question right back to Duran. Hecty on this Galio pick, not really having a lot of pressure, but as we said, he was the team captain. So keeping your team in it is obviously a crucial point in League of Legends, and it's only one game in a best of 5. So do you think that right now in their Discord chat or whatever they're using, that they are like not worried, that they are just on to the next one, let's move on from it, shake it off, and go next, essentially?
Yeah, I made sure to message the team to say, like, don't worry guys, you guys got this. Then a lot of messages came in after it saying, we're there. Basically the mentality on New York Tech right now is shake it off, move on to the next game, just FF next game. Because at a certain point, like, what else are you supposed to do about Shatter? Like, absolutely popped off in such an obscene way, as New York Tech is kind of has to reset their mental, because remember, best of 5s are basically just an an endurance race at that point.
Yeah,
like, if this
definitely.
gets to game 5, it's not whoever plays best. Well, it's a big factor whoever plays best, but it's at a certain point, it's like, how much can you handle before you just start making mistakes one after the other, and you can't mentally recover from that. So it's good news to hear from the Cybears camp, but it's not really gonna mean much until they win their first game or they pop off during this next game, because you can obviously say that you're doing fine. It's like when like that meme says, when you say that you're fine but you're not really fine, kind of deal. And we're gonna see how they're gonna do for this next map.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that my big thing for NYT, I think they definitely got to switch the draft up a little bit. I don't mind Hecty on the Galio. I think he played an okay game on it. I think it was definitely really hard for him to do what he needed to do on it against that specific comp. But put Mograth onto a carry. Get him off Gnar, man. Put him onto something that he's going to actually be able to influence the game heavily with. You know what I mean? Put him onto something like the Camille or something that is going to pair well with that Galio. Something that Galio can actually roam to and actually do something with. So that's kind of what I'm expecting from this team. I think that somewhere in there you got to get another carry or two. I definitely agree, Durant. I think that's something like an Echo or just some type of carry, something to let another one of these players free them up to kind of put the weight of the game on their shoulders a little bit is definitely what they need. And I think that all of us can agree that we're expecting that for game 2. But for right now, we're going into the bans, the draft for game 2. It's going to be Timo, Sivir, and Olaf all banned out for the Cybears, and Farmingdale are going to apply with an Aatrox and the Mordekaiser once again. Yeah, like we said before, man, I don't think that Mograth is seeing either of those picks in this series at all.
It's almost like it's almost like those things when it's like when you're doing like EMS training or any kind of doctorate to help people in the field, where it says when there's bleeding, apply immediate pressure to the hemorrhaging, and it's just like we like if I feel like if we went into a game where it's just like an ARAM where it's just a lane between Mograth and Best Teemo, if Mograth was just allowed to just continue farming and not have to worry about anybody else on the team, it would have gotten very, very dire for top lane. So I think it's a really great job from Farmingdale to kind of recognize what kind of player Mograth is and just start focusing down those carries that like if Aatrox or Mordekaiser just do okay, it's over. Like I don't like it. It just gets very, very difficult for Farmingdale. But New York Tech seems to be listening to your advice as they will be picking up the Galio first pick.
Yeah, so
Ooh.
Seraphine left up, and we are going to have it the first showing from either of these teams on Seraphine, and it's going to be picked up. Now, we've seen that a lot generally in mid lane or support or AD carry. Who knows? Maybe Shatter will pick it up for bot lane. I highly doubt it, especially after that first game performance. But, you know, that's a flex pick for the point of Farmingdale, right? That's very hard now for the rest of NYT to draft around. So it's going to be the Udyr and the Seraphine, and in response from NYT, we're going to see the Skarner, and we'll see what Hecty ends up locking in here for his team. It is going to be the Nautilus. So, yeah, immediately saying, all right, guys, listen, we did not have
Hear me out.
engage in that first game. We really need one of these two picks. And they opt to take the Nautilus. I think that's a fantastic pick into something like the Seraphine. There's no way that Farmingdale locks in a Cogmo right now. I think Shatter is just toying with us maybe a little bit. I think we are really getting trolled just
I would be shocked if that one comes in.
I was about to say, you're going to need a lot more protection for that Kog'Maw.
To say the least.
Gonna be a Tristana here for Farmingdale. I like this a lot, and I'm gonna come out and say it. I already am not loving this draft for NYT. I think we're running into the same exact problem that we saw in game 1. We have drafted so far a Galio, a Skarner, and a Nautilus. Of those 3 picks, the highest damaging champion is the Galio. Hecty's Galio is not going to be hard carrying a lot of these team fights. So already, Farmingdale recognizing the Camille is coming out. I really like that ban a lot. They recognize that, okay, they're going to need an AD carry with high DPS, and they're going to need a carry top laner. So they're immediately targeting Mograth to try to force him even deeper into that champion pool. So Camille is going to be the ban for Farmingdale. Zillion is going to be the reply for NYIT.
Eager to see what Farmingdale have planned for Hot and Gay as they're on the red side this game and probably going to save the counter pick for him. But even now, like, you know that the Galio's most likely going to go mid, but yeah, I mean, there's no other place it can go with the Nautilus pick, right? I mean, it's going mid.
Has Hecty played Nautilus mid?
No.
Did we fact check that?
Yeah, I could tell you without even looking.
Okay, so we'll see. I doubt it. I'm pretty sure we're going to see Galio in mid lane here. Yeah, so Farmingdale hovering their first pick, and it is going to be the Orange. So already, all Farmingdale needs to draft now is just a really high DPS mid laner. I would be pretty surprised if that Seraphine is going mid, because already we're seeing really low damage numbers from both of these teams, honestly. Tristana, the only really true damage threat locked in so far in 7 picks. So likely going to be seeing that Seraphine go into support pick for Aggressa, and we'll see Hot and Gay on something that's
okay.
Hey.
Okay,
Oof,
a
you said you
lot of
wanted damage. How
yeah.
does true damage sound for you? Because
Yeah.
Set can literally just run in, get like 4 million quadrillion shields, and then stun people, and then RKO the Seraphine into oblivion. So we're gonna see
Yeah, yeah.
finally able to see Set on Mograph, hopefully, unless it's a mid lane, because that could happen still.
Yeah, I know
Yeah,
Heki plays it a lot, but I think right now if I'm Farmingdale, Oriana's still up.
Yeah.
So that's probably where my pick is going to be. You already know that the mid lane is going to be the gal, or I shouldn't say you know who it's going to be, but
It's a high chance.
with Oriana being still on the table and left up, and with the Zillion banned out, I would be shocked if Farmingdale opt for anything else. Maybe the Victor again, but I think the Oriana is just good. But no, they opt
Oh,
for the
Victor.
Victor, so
Saying they're going
stand
for the
completely
Victor.
corrected.
Yeah, I think that that's actually not a bad pick. I can't say that I disagree with you in any regard that the Oriana would have been a great pick here, but really outside of something like the Seraphine ult, you're not going to be having too many tools on this Farmingdale squad to kind of give you that really nice wombo combo. Finding a lot of the shockwaves will kind of be on you. So I think that the Victor is something that just pairs really, really well. We just saw that even on no kills, it can still do really, really good work. It's obviously a comfort pick for Hot and Gay. It does really well into the Galio, kind of just shove him under his tower and prevent a lot of that roaming from occurring. So I think that overall, Farmingdale is super, super happy in this matchup. It still fits really well into this general team comp. It's high damage, it's good scaling, it's good pressure. They're happy to lock it in. So these two teams are taking us into game 2. I hate to be the pessimist here, but I'm less happy about this NYT draft, more so in game 2 than I am in game 1. I mean, Jhin is your only carry here. If I'm J-Real, I'm sitting bot lane. I'm saying Seraphine, go get level 6, and
Just
I'll
ult,
ping it
just
up
click R.
Yeah, click R, and we're killing this kid. We're going to hard camp this guy and make sure that he is getting as few resources as he possibly can. I think that overall, can it work? It's a good disengage, I would say, right? The Skarner and the Set are definitely super good disengage tools for the side of NYT, so it will be hard for J-Real to kind of really get in one of these team fights, but if you're talking about your ability to really push forward and look for an entrance somewhere, NYT doesn't really have it too much. It's kind of up to Kratos to find a good creative pick and maybe catch out Hot and Gay or Shatter in one of these big team fights.
It's I don't know. I actually don't know what to say. I think if the set kind of just does well and you can kind of just like take the Seraphine and just throw her really far, that'd be great. But right now you're basically on a timer. I think NYT is basically on a timer versus Farmingdale, because at a certain point Tristanos is going to be getting with her range on her passive will get to a point where it's kind of just like, I don't need the rest of my team. I'll just walk up to the turret, out of range of the turret, and I'll shoot the turret. And not to mention I think the LCS casters usually call them ornaments, which from Ornn. So that's gonna provide even more damage potential for Farmingdale. But on the NYT side, if I'm with me being hopeful, Skarner, Galio, Set can go deep into the backline, and if Jean is allowed to kind of free fire for about like 2 seconds, he should be able to get something. But then again, we have to just kind of just wait to see how this game is going to play out, because you don't know. It's just I think they're going to have to just play protect the Jhin comp at this point, because like you said, if he dies, it's going to be really unlikely unless Set kind of just hey, can everybody just stand in a straight line for me really quick? Okay, cool. I'm going to punch through your whole team. Cool. True damage. Okay. Wonderful. But now the problem is still at that point is still Seraphine can kind of just idly do like little like cartwheels on like the side of the stage, and then heal up the team without having to worry about anything.
Standing in a straight line against a Seraphine may not be the greatest battle plan for NYT.
Yeah, so
we'll see.
If whoever stands in a straight line first loses the game.
True.
At that point, it's over.
Shatter's gonna have to tell his team to scatter. Hey, Lamau. Got him.
What?
He's
What a-
back.
I'm
what
just
a
gonna click the
punchline.
next button. I'm just gonna click the next button. We're just gonna
Yeah, just
move into this one.
get him out of here. But
Get that
boys,
guy out of here.
we're into game 2 now.
Favorite skin. Favorite
obviously-
skin right now. Quick. Favorite skin in the
Ooh,
game.
That's a tough one.
I don't
Nautilus
know.
one.
I think Infernal Galio. Infernal Galio is a pretty dope skin. Obsidian Dragon Set too is
That's
also
another one I was about to
fire,
say.
but-
Yeah.
Blood Moon Jin. Blood Moon Jin looks pretty nice for me personally, and I think probably the saddest skin out of all of these is the Dragon Trainer Chisana. Have you seen the death animation for that?
It's sad, yeah.
It's actually
She just
depressing. Yeah,
dies and the dragon like curls up next
yeah,
to her.
yeah, it's really sad. So
Really sad.
I think they're trying Farmingdale using the skin strat for this game.
Yes.
It says, hey, if you kill Tristana, you're gonna have to deal with the guilt of a dragon by
karma.
itself. Yeah, it's something.
Yeah, some karma.
That
Exactly.
skin actually gives you a 1 HP shield, fun fact.
I love just that idea. It's just like it's like if you're playing Kaisa and you put the helmet on, 1 HP shield.
Immune to headshot damage. Kaisa counters Jin, man. What do you say?
Counters Caitlyn with the headshot. No.
Oh, true. Oh my god.
Wait, you forgot about the
Like,
Caitlyn?
80 carry main. Yeah.
Did we just break the game? I think we figured out Riot's biggest secret.
We did it.
Yep.
Someone call Riot up
Right
right
up.
now.
We
Right
did it.
off the rip, you see NYT. They have the Nautilus. They're gonna maybe wrap around here around this top side.
Yeah, it
as
looks like
5.
you're gonna get a cheeky little engage. Maybe look for something onto whoever's stacking up in this bush. Timo's gonna have to do a good job at sniffing this one.
Cole is gonna
out.
connect, and they were gonna be able to stun, lock, and kill off best Timo. That was
Goes to Jin too.
and it goes directly onto Jin. That's gonna be first blood, gonna be able to go back, buy a little bit extra for himself, and kind of get in a little bit of advantage in the lane. Farmingdale's gonna is going to ward up the side for New York Tech, but I think the damage has already been done, quite literally.
Yeah, no
Yeah,
doubt.
so immediately the guy you want the first blood on for NYT, he's got it. So Jin is just gonna have that little bit of extra pressure in this lane, especially when you pair it with a Nautilus against a Seraphine. This is not a lane that we will likely see a 2v2 kill going in favor of Farmingdale. Now, Aggressa does have Exhaust, which can do a very good job at shutting down Jin's early game pressure, right? Just Exhaust when he's got 4 shot up. He can't do anything for like 3 seconds or however long Exhaust lasts for, so not a terrible matchup in any way, right? Like they'll scale really, really hard, but Andrew, this game is kind of on you. I think he had a great game 1 performance, all things considered, but he's really got to step up here right now. Duran, I think you said it the best. I think that this is a straight up front to back style, protect the 80 carry kind of comp, and if we get to that late game Jin, it'll be doing some really, really good damage, no doubt.
Yeah, those 4 shots are gonna connect as Hecty's gonna get a little bit of damage onto Hot and Gay. Gonna be moving back, and yeah, like you said, good trade overall. Hot and Gay still with the cleanse though. So we're gonna see how that one's gonna play out for Farmingdale in the later team fights.
Yeah, no doubt. I hope that Hot and Gay is aware of the fact that Cleanse does not get you out of a Skarner ult. It is a suppression. Cleanse does not remove suppression.
Oh,
and
no.
correct me if I'm wrong, if anybody does know the answer to this, but I'm pretty sure that Set's ult is also a suppression.
Okay.
I believe so in the actual animation. Yeah. I
Right,
believe
so pretty sure that Cleanse is going to be fairly useless against both Cliff Horse and Mograth's ultimate abilities, so I don't know about the Cleanse here. Really all it's going to help you with is maybe like a Deadly Flourish from Jin or a Taunt from Hecty. You're not really going to cleanse anything that Kratos has to throw at you, so not 100% sure on that summoner pick for Hot and Gay, but and again, he is the one here and we are not, so I'll let him rock.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I feel like in this bot lane matchup again, it's kind of like the role reversal here. Kratos was on that Lulu who really had to watch her footing against the Leona, and this game, aggresses on the Seraphine, who really has to watch her footing against this Nautilus. One hook, and it could be disastrous for her. So,
Roam?
like Tom, you said though, with the and roaming, yeah,
Yeah.
but with the exhaust, it kind of negates and lessens the effects of that all in maybe. But obviously, that's up every 3.5 minutes or so. So there's going to be a little bit of a window for NYT to really capitalize if it is forced out from her.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's definitely a good point to bring up. The shoe is definitely now on the other foot, as they say, and we just got to see how Farmingdale does end up dealing with it. If everything goes perfectly for the Rams right now, it's going to be a super, super boring lane where they get to just kind of, put their feet up and kind of just farm this one out for the next 15 minutes or so. Which once again means that we will likely see a lot of pressure going over to the top side. A lot of CC onto these guys. Duran, you brought up the idea of the true damage coming out from Set. I do agree that his early game damage is going to be super, super strong, and they're going to have to kind of rely on it because, yeah, Cliff Horse can come mid and ult Tot and Ye and bring him right into the waiting arms of Hecty, but you don't really bring anybody else here. Where's your damage coming from? Hecty's got to put quite a bit of damage out to 100 to 0 Hot and Gay, so not a lot of damage on this top side of the map, which means that we'll likely see a lot of priority going to J-Real, so we'll just have to see how that plays out and what he does. And actually, as I'm saying it, I notice J-Real is in Cliff Horse's jungle. He's taking away a few camps. Looks like the rest of the Cyber's are trying to
spotted out though.
On him. Yeah, he's not gonna have time.
Oh, he's gonna see him just in time as J-Real. Oh no, he's gonna be able to pull him back. The Pop Blossom. He's gonna have to pop the flash. Amazing job from Mograth. Is gonna pull him back and is gonna put him back into the waiting arms of Set.
I did not know that's how that worked.
Yeah.
It seemed like the pull came through and then, even though the blast cone
Mid
looked like
hit.
it was hit first, yeah, I don't know, but great play from Mograth realizing that and forces J-Real's flash early.
Oh, okay, that was an interaction that
Teemo's
just
gotta be
happened.
careful.
Yeah,
As Teemo will lose the 1v1.
He just dies. He just gets auto down. Yeah, you got that Bramble Vest, but
It's not gonna protect you against true damage.
Set, yeah, you gotta back up there. So Teemo would just, really not respecting in any way, shape, or form that damage that comes out from Set.
We're gonna have another fight here, as the 2v2 will happen in the bot lanes as Cliff Horse is able to get out of that. TK Kratos is gonna be able to pull in a member, the Seraphine, but it's not gonna be enough as Shatter will reply back with quite a lot of damage.
Yeah, he gets a full bomb stack off there, and with that pressure, with Kratos dropping low, with the wave shoving mid and bottom, it looks like Farmingdale are right onto this dragon 6.5 minutes into the game. So Ocean Drake
first again.
Yeah, it's gonna go cleanly over to the Farmingdale side. No contest here in any way, shape, or form. Cloud Drake is going to be Drake number 2 that's spawning back up in 5 minutes.
So we're gonna have a spicy soul then, either Mountain or Infernal.
Ooh. Will we see an Infernal Soul?
Oh my god, that'd be absolutely
Doubtful.
Yeah, at Farmingdale's track record, definitely not. We're lucky we saw a
over or under. Which one we going with?
Over, under. Under, over.
At this point,
yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and say that, statistically speaking, right, if every Drake is like equal chance to come up, yeah, I mean, like, I know this isn't like how it actually works, but statistically, like, with Farmingdale's luck, yeah, we gotta see an Infernal at some point, right?
Yeah.
We're gonna have an Infernal Soul this game. I'm calling it right now.
I believe.
Don't at me.
I would
Someone
love to
will
see
at
it
you.
come up, especially.
Yeah.
Cliff Horse kind of casually walking up in the middle of the lane, and then suppresses him into the taunt, and he's going to be able to flash away, but it's not going to be enough as the punch will connect. New York Tech is going to be able to get that kill. There's going to be a little bit of a fight here in the mid lane, but both members will be able to get out. Mograth is going to take a lot of damage from the Teemo, but he's going to be able to pull him in once again. The Unstoppable is not going to be able to help you as you're RKO'd directly into the team. He's going to be able to flash and then still kill him and walk away in style, but here comes J-Real. He knows that his top laner has gone down as Mograth has overstayed his welcome right now.
He's 2 levels up though. Mograth has 2 levels on Jay, so Jay might not want to mess with that. That's a scary dragon man right there.
Yeah, absolutely. We're kind of seeing, once again, not necessarily from J-Real, but from the solo laners, that Malloy game 2 blip kind of peeking up again. Teemo is 0-3 in this lane at 8 minutes, constantly taking fights against the Set that he should not be. You are in Ornn. sit under your tower. You go even in lane, you win lane. That is how Ornn works. All you have to do is just sit there AFK, not worry about a fight, but he continuously thinks that he has this angle on a set, and he is continuously wrong. So he's got to stop this bleeding as quickly as he possibly can. And then on the flip side, Hottengate, you see the Skarner just walking right up to you with
He kind of just casually walked up.
Yeah, just walk away. Just get out of
DP
there.
behind though here.
Oh, wait,
Yeah,
here comes the
Shatter
Jhin
all
ult and Hecti, and they will be
Double
looking
teleport.
down.
Good night.
Yeah, that's gonna be and then the kill's still going over to Anzuritsu.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
so
exactly what you
one-
want if you're NYIT, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And wait, they have the Herald on Mograth.
Oh yeah, good call as well.
As Cliff Horse will stay up in the top lane. Great job, great coordination coming out from NYT to be able to stop whatever progress Farmingdale was looking for. But TK Creatos, a little bit, maybe a little bit in too late, but he's gonna be able to survive this one.
NYIT coming out, guns blazing in this one. 5-0 right away, immediately at a 2K gold advantage over the Rams. Just much better macro play, it seems, in this one. When Cliff Horse was ganking mid there, Tom, you referred to it earlier, Hottengate may not have realized that the cleanse does not wipe the Skarner ult. So he kind of just walks up, ticks to level 6, and just flash ults him, and he's dead. He can't do anything. He even burns the cleanse after he gets knocked up and CC'd.
And the flash.
And the flash, exactly. So I don't know if that was just Hottengate with a blunder there and just not respecting the tick forward of Cliff Horse, but a great micro play from Cliff Horse himself, realizing that and just exploiting the Summoner spell misplay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, will they be able to catch out the Seraphine again?
Is,
As Cliff Horse is going to be able to suppress them into the taunt, into the kill, another one for Anjuritsu. As he's kind of just saying, hey, 80 care, you want this kill? Yeah, I'm gonna click R real quick. No
Exactly.
problem. And Mograth still has the Herald, not choosing to use it yet. He's just gonna punch the turret once, as they will be popping the Ornn ult. Will be able to get anything on this one. He's going to commit 3 members to Mograth, as Mograth is going to see he's going to RKO out of absolutely nowhere, and they're unfortunately not able to get that much damage. But here comes Hector. Is he able to survive in time? Mograth still going to be able to take down one, as the shutdown will be able to come in, and Galio will be able to get that kill.
Yeah, so J-Real committing the flash to make sure that his team picks up that kill, but again, just another misplay by Teemo. You know that RKO is up. Just stand behind him. That's his only way out. You just gave him a way to get out. So just, you got to just say that, it really looks like Teemo just not having too much of a clue of how this matchup should be played, of, mispositioning pretty hard. Yeah, Farmingdale does get the kill, but it's traded right back on a kill onto Hecti for, kill onto J-Real for Hecti.
Cloud Drake is up.
Yep.
Yeah, Cloud Drake is up, and
up.
Farmingdale just have absolutely no answer for it. J-Real is moving down into the bottom side of his jungle now, so maybe they'll something. Hottengate's a little more keen to it now, though.
Yeah, but he's out of mana here, so even if Farmingdale opt for the drag, if I'm NYT, I'm bum rushing this drag here.
Mograth needs to use that Herald very soon, by the way. He hasn't used
it is
it yet.
going to tick out soon. Good call on that. But yeah, it looks like Farmingdale's just going to back away and just kind of secede this.
Yeah, I mean, what other
soul are we going to get, guys?
Let's see. Gotta be Infernal. Not Infernal. My God! We're never gonna get it, man. I think it really does.
I think it's because you just tried a little bit too hard to kind of summon it, and then it's just like, nah, I don't feel like it.
I'll take the back seat in that one. Yeah, quite literally. A lot of gold though in NYT's pockets here, still hovering around that 2K gold advantage, but it feels like it's much more. I mean, Anjurisu sitting pretty at 3-0. Already completes the Gale Force, a great itemization into this Farmingdale team. And Hecti, 2-0-2, getting kills kind of spoon-fed to him. Farmingdale just seems like they're blundering left and right here. Kind of can't stop the bleeding.
Yeah, so this Farmingdale squad really, really needs to just understand that they are currently, they obviously don't know exactly how much gold they are down, but they got to know that they're down a pretty sizable amount. 2-0-2 onto Hecty, 3-0 onto Angerisu's Jhin. Like, not the KDAs, not the kills where you want them if you're Farmingdale. So they got to just understand, okay, listen, we outscale these guys really, really well, right? Hot and Gay, Shatter are both going to scale so insanely well into the mid and late game. Once you are getting those ornaments, like Durant had stated before, it's very, very possible that Farmingdale can make a comeback, but Abs, like you just alluded to, you got to stop the bleeding. You got to make sure that that gold lead doesn't keep ballooning in NYIT's favor.
And Hot and Gay gets the flash forced out of a mid lane just by Cliff Horse's presence. So a flashless Victor is a pretty viable target for Cliff Horse and that R on him. So we'll see if he revisits mid lane in the next few minutes while it's down.
So I don't know if it's that maybe I'm not as savvy as I once was when it comes to analyzing League, but I have never seen a Skarner take Hex Flash. And I apologize if that is a super common thing that I am just straight up oblivious to. But
I would assume it's Ghost, right?
I think
What
they
would you
usually
think?
do take Flash just so that you could, like, kind of like what we saw before, right? Just get the Flash R onto somebody just so you can get on them immediately and kind of prevent them from reacting. So I think that is normally a pretty normal sum to take of the Flash, but Hex Flash is not something that you normally see too much out of the runes. So I actually kind of like it here, though, because Cliff Horse knows now that Hot and Gay's Flash is down. He can just sit in the Wraith Pit, Hex Flash over the wall. He's a tanky boy with that Chem Tank. You know, he can kind of
Jay is here on bot lane, but
Yeah, but they're gonna be
Cliff Horse is
spot
coming as
out.
well.
Yeah, we'll
And
see.
Hecty has ult. He's pathing this way, so I think NYIT kind of sniffs it out and says, yeah. Teemo doesn't have a tower here, though, if Mograt decides to go, but he opts not to.
I always love when you use your scrying orb and it finds someone in the bush that you can't physically see, and it just shows them T-posing, and I'm like, I don't know if the guy's really standing there T-posing trying to assert dominance, or like what I need to do in this situation, because that's like the 2-1-2 set who is T-posing in a bush. That is the only thing you know about. Is actually maybe the scariest thing I could possibly think of. Oh my God, that thing, that hook connected, and Shatter is gonna have to jump away from that. But the ult from Angeritsu will come in, and will the hits connect? Is the question, as TK Kratos will pull away the Seraphine and try to get something here, as they will be committing the ult. Great move coming out from Angeritsu to get out of that, as New York Tech is trying to pull something back in on this one, as Mograth will also be teleporting to the bottom lane. Oh man.
Thrown out everywhere.
Oh,
Game might get caught up here.
He's gonna pull him directly into Hecty. If he's able to get out in time, it's not gonna be too good. Hot and Gay will be flexed on by Mograth, stunning him up or slowing him down. And New York Tech putting another kill up on the board, as the Mountain Drake gets pinged up by New York Tech quite a few times. That it's coming up soon.
Yeah, so once again, Hot and Gay just getting caught out in the mid lane. You know, Cliff Horse doing a really, really good job this game of keeping a lot of that pressure up on top of him. But I just game knowledge, right? Yeah, you had to know that that cleanse doesn't work against the Skarner. There's not a lot of things, as we just saw in this team fight, where if one of these guys gets on top of you, that cleanse ain't doing a whole lot, my friend. I mean, the only thing that, you know, we said before that you can taunt that would be reasonable would be, I guess, Galio's taunt. And then aside from that, you got knockups from Kratos. You got the suppression from Cliff Horse that you cannot stop.
Another 1v1 happening, and he's able to pull him away while he's trying to do the unstoppable. Best Team One is taking quite a few points of damage right now, as Mograth will not think about chasing him down anymore, as the minions will come to the rescue of Best Team One. So
Farmingdale's gonna probably give over this dragon, or at least try to. You see Victor already pathing towards the top lane. They're not even thinking about this. But they do have the Herald on Jay, so Jay might try to proc it here.
Yeah.
Maybe try to scavenge up this mid lane turret.
Yeah, I like this play a lot from Farmingdale, because based off the positioning from NYIT, they might be able to go for 2 towers here. Actually, I'm going to stop right there, because they're able to get that Drake so insanely quick, and they are already in the mid lane. So they do get a mid lane tier 1 for their trouble, so a little bit of gold going back over to Farmingdale, but Drake stacked now up 2-1 in favor of the Cybears.
Just seems like it's a completely different Cybears team this game. Just much better macro all the way across the board. Maybe, like I was saying, a little bit of those pre-game jitters or something along those lines, but just so much better play, and they're engaging mid.
Ooh, the hook is not going to be able to connect, as Egrisa will still be able to be pulled into the team. But here comes Jay Real, as he's going to be going into the team, but it's not going to be enough, as Seraphine will commit the ult to that one, but they will not result in any kills, as New York Tech kind of just moving up, trying to catch Shatter up on the back foot, but still able to rocket jump away.
Yeah, Shatter, or I should say Aggressa, had a really, really good ult there to drag Hecty under the tower, even if it was only briefly. Shatter not able to find the kill there, as you just mentioned, right? His rocket jump was down, didn't really have anything else to get on top of him, so takes Hecty super, super low, but just not able to get that kill for himself, which would have been so unbelievably massive. 300 gold shutdown on both Hecty and Anjurisu right now, so finding these shutdowns is basically Farmingdale's #1 priority right now, get a little bit of gold back in their pockets.
Yeah, just going to be a stagnant point here. Again, that gold, see it with the score, you would think it's still, the gold lead for NYT is starting to balloon and just increase, but still sitting around that 2k gold differential. So props to Farmingdale there for keeping in it. And but again, like we were saying, just got to stop the bleeding. Too many blunders from Teemo in the early game, and Hot and Gay with this summoner mix-up is really hurting them right now.
Yeah, absolutely. We kind of said before that Farmingdale's path to victory back into this game is to just stop the bleeding. I think they're doing exactly that. They're doing a good job at just kind of equalizing. They definitely threw a lot of advantages, but they threw any potential advantage that they did have away in their early game pretty hard, especially from these solo laners. But doing a good job at just making sure. Hold on.
Shatter will knock away Cliff Horse, but Cliff Horse will not take that one in, as New York Tech is finally going to be able to get rid of Shatter.
Yeah, not sure where his rocket jump was there. He must have just gone down. He must have used it for something else.
Yeah, he had just used it like a moment before to get away from the Kratos hook over the wall. So not too good, as I mean, Shatter did everything he possibly could do in that situation as the knock away, but Cliff Horse not having any of that is just going to continue running up at you.
Yeah, Cliff Horse is doing a really outstanding job this game at finding a lot of these picks. Like, if you look at the scoreline, 3-0-2, 4-0, it's a 9-kill game, and he's got 5 of those kills. There were 3 kills that basically went solo over to Mograth in the top lane. So, when you do a little bit of number crunching, Cliff Horse is doing a really outstanding job at finding a lot of these kills for his laners.
Yeah, totally warranted. Just with that chem tank, the chilling smite, and essentially whenever Flash is up, he's flashing forward looking for his ult, and so far it's pretty much netted him a kill, I'd say almost every time.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically been every time, right? Between the first blood onto Jin, so that's 1 kill, and about 2 solo kills from Mograth up in the top lane, you're basically looking at once the early game shenanigans stopped, when you're looking at bot and mid lane, 100% kill participation for this guy in the early game. First 22 minutes in this game now, he's able to net it about a 3k gold lead, roughly about a 3k gold lead for his team here. So really doing work on this Skarner in the early game. I'll be curious to see how Farmingdale do end up dealing with it. But in the bot side now, we got Hecty, going a little aggressive on Hot and Gay. J-Real is here to back him up. Justice Punch comes in to get him a little bit of distance, and Farmingdale decide now we don't really want to chase out into the tower. We're not really vibing with it. We don't really know where the rest of your team is. 35 seconds coming up on Drake.
Teemo knows exactly where a few members of New York Tech are. Is going to take at least like a 6 damage of off his entire health bar right there. As Farmingdale able to get the bottom turret, finally cracking all outer turrets. Looking really good for Farmingdale right there, and at least in terms of turrets. Yeah,
so Mograth is in here. Best Teemo now with a really late kind of TP. He's going to be TPing right in,
and Seraphine's still going to be able to knock up.
A 3-man ulti though. Shatters over the wall. He's untouched. He's going to be able to get some kills here. Mograth does finally fall. Hot and Gay is able to get 2 stunned up. This is actually a crushing fight for NYIT. They're all going to die. It's 3 down already. Hecty now in a 1v1 with Hot and Gay. He's going to go down. And Jarisu is the only one that lives in the end. Farmingdale State College swing a 3K gold lead at 23 minutes and bring this game back up to a tied score.
A massive gravity field there from Hot and Gay. Stuns up 3 of NYIT's members and just allows, and like you said, Shatter was untouched that entire fight. Nobody, he was just free hitting over the wall and just doing so much damage. He's got the Kraken Slayer upgraded with the ornament, and he's picked up a last whisper for himself now. So Farmingdale's going to just translate right into the Baron, but NYIT is here.
Yeah, as much as I would really, really love to go back and like rewatch that fight, I'd be so curious. But hold on, we're gonna stop right here because Kratos looks like he's going in.
Oh, they're able to pull off Shatter.
Oh, Shatter gets knocked up right out.
Yeah, but he's just gonna turn around.
Continues. Yeah, J-Real is actually able to pick up the kill into Kratos. So NYIT do stop the Baron attempt, but NYIT lose 1, and they're actually just gonna turn onto the Baron themselves. But with 3 tanks and a Jhin, they're gonna take this so unbelievably slow. Teemo is here to try to meddle with them a little bit. J-Real and Hot and K are coming as well. Yeah, but Teemo gonna get suppressed. He's gonna get just held down here, and Mograth is gonna claim this kill for himself here. So both teams sacrificing a member to stop the other from taking the Baron. I would say overall that is definitely a net worth gain to Farmingdale as they are down, or excuse me, after that fight they were definitely even in gold, but they hadn't gotten the chance to reset, so they didn't really have the items that they needed to continue that fight appropriately. Their health bars were low. And we're actually going to see now, 25 minutes in, not much of a lead, but an 800 gold lead over to the side of the Rams.
Yeah, I think a lot of that is attributed to the fact that Shatter's getting his peel this game.
Crazy.
Banana
It's
peel,
almost
baby.
funny
He's
to
getting
say.
it.
He's getting the banana peel, he's getting the peel, and he's just able to free hit. J-Real just doing such a good job there, playing in between him and Hecty there, able to stun him up, and Shatter's just able to kind of free hit and proc that bomb on him. So great job from Farmingdale's tanks and just members in general on creating a safe space for him to just kind of free hit and deal his damage.
Yeah, absolutely. We're now looking at a 4-1 Udyr on the side of the Rams, which, if anybody knows the Rams, J-Real is definitely not somebody that you want to start putting gold into. This guy's an absolute beast when it comes to playmaking, even if it is something that's just going to kind of run into your backline. So Anjarisu's definitely going to have a hard time dealing with this, but as we're talking about it, they have started up the Baron. The Rams have to know the vision was cleared, so Aggressa is going to be able to put the ward in. They know that they are on it. Teemo already moving up from the bot lane here to come contest. The Baron take is so unbelievably slow.
He's going to flash over the wall, but it's going to be a little bit too little too late as the Cliff Horse will be going down, and New York Tech biting off more than they could chew for a second team fight in a row as J-Real is going to run up, stun, and that's going to be the Baron for Farmingdale.
Yeah, so I love this kind of counter matchup that I didn't even think about, to be honest, when we were looking in draft phase, but Cliff Horse has been so much effort recently on picking up this Skarner. I shouldn't say picking up this Skarner as if he didn't know it beforehand, but really been putting a lot of effort into Skarner, and he's having a great game on it, but we just saw right there, Cliff Horse, you can flash over and you can drag somebody, but if you get ulted from Aggressor, you're not going nowhere with that person. They're coming right back to you, so really, really like this Seraphine into Skarner matchup and kind of how it's working out so far for the Rams. But overall, just clean team fighting from the Rams. Good jump away from Shatter to make sure that he was not the one that gets blocked up from that Skarner, as that definitely could have spelled death for him. And overall, just good team fighting for the Rams.
Yeah, Shatter just playing impeccably well right now on this Tristana. And Cliff Horse wants him. He's looking. He's trying. You saw the flash forward, but just barely out of range. Couldn't connect on the ult. Like a pixel worth, probably. So Shatter escapes with his life, and Farmingdale escaped with the Baron. And we got this mountain drag coming up in about 45 seconds.
Yeah, and before this even comes up, let's just look at how far this game has swung. At about 20 minutes, 8 minutes ago, this game, Farmingdale were 3K gold down. We now fast forward to 28 minutes, and Farmingdale have about a 4K gold lead for themselves, just under it, in fact. So a 7K gold lead in just a short amount of time. Yeah, Hecty might be getting a little bit of caught out here with the bear slap, making sure that he's not going absolutely anywhere. Teemo's going to commit the ult as well. J-Rue will pick the kill up for himself, and when Drake is coming out in 10 seconds, your mid laner getting caught is definitely not what you wanted in any way, shape, or form.
Top, though.
Yeah, so it looks like they're just going to understand the fact that, like, okay, like, we don't really want to trade this back for anything. So Teemo's going to go top, make sure Mograth isn't able to take this for himself. And with Baron and Shattered, they're just going to walk down mid lane and start taking some towers for themselves. Teemo looks like he's going to play stop the port game, so making sure that Mograth cannot get back to his team. And with Hecty gone, and it's just Cliff Horse, Angeriso, and Kratos left, Farmingdale are going to take a mid inhibitor 20 minutes into this game.
28 minutes. And yeah, it's gonna be actually Farmingdale is gonna be moving over to the dragon, and they're gonna see if they can actually get rid of it. But the teleport's gonna come in, and they're gonna make another attempt with the flank.
It's a double TP behind them. Farmingdale have not spotted it just yet. The flash bear slap making sure that he's not going absolutely anywhere. Really good charm coming out, but Mograth not able to get in onto the right targets. Teemo's here as well now, but Mograth is
still gonna go down.
Backside. Yeah, true damage coming out. Hold on, Shadow, you're got to flash out there, making sure he doesn't get down, but it's 2-0 for the side of the Rams, and Teemo and J-Real are once again, they might actually posture for end here.
Yeah, I think that might be the end of the game, as New York Tech is going
still on them too.
Yeah, no, they're just gonna turn around. They still have Baron, and that's gonna be only a Jhin and a Nautilus to try and stop them, but it's not gonna be enough because Shatter is just gonna be able to walk up and just kind of free hit these turrets with no cares in the world, as Farmingdale able to finish out game number 2 in a not the best start they would have wanted, but still able to finish it out, as Farmingdale will lead the series 2-0.
Yeah, it's not how you start, it's how you finish, and Farmingdale just finished in impeccable fashion right there. I don't want to go too deep in onto this because I don't really want to kind of make it sound like I'm being pessimistic, but again, I keep coming back to this idea of NYIT. You just had such an impeccable early game. I mean, the score was like 8-1 at some point. Mograth had solo killed Best Teemo 3 times up in that lane, I believe it was, and the fact that they weren't really able to capitalize too much on it just because, yeah, you got a lot of gold influx, but all that gold influx was kind of just onto tanks. It was 4 tanks and a Jhin, and yeah, your Jhin was fed, but when you're not really team fighting as well and you don't really have any other carry threats, and Farmingdale are able to recognize this, it's so much easier for their team to kind of section this Jhin off. They don't have to go all in on Tangerisa. They don't have to kill him. They just have to make sure that he's not hitting. And when he's not hitting, it's 4 tanks standing toe-to-toe with a super long-range Tristana and Hot and Gown, this Victor, that's just able to kind of zone them and just slowly but surely whittle them down and take them out. And that's exactly what they did this game.
Yeah, totally. Boys, an explosive game 2 coming out. Is Farmingdale coming from behind, sweeping that up. We're going to take a quick break, but when we return, we will have game 3. Farmingdale on the verge, possibly about to clinch a 3-0, a chance at the chip coming up next. We'll catch you guys on the backside. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the ECC Esports League of Legends Finals. A commanding game number 2 that really fell out of NYIT's hands, and Farmingdale totally capitalizing and securing game number 2, and now on the verge of securing the match for themselves, and with that, the championship. Duran, how are you feeling right now?
Duran, I'm getting word right now that you're actually muted on stream.
Okay, I'm good.
Okay, get Abs back in here, and I'm going to take it over for here just for right now. Duran was just bringing up the point that, yeah, it's definitely a bit of a draft. Draft needed to change just a little bit for the side of the Cybears, but still all good in good spirits for this team. They understand, listen, we just got to go next. But, Duran, you made a point right there that, you know, there aren't many other options left for this team to kind of just go next, and 100% correct. These guys really got to kind of pick it up right here, right now. And listen, like this team has shown right here that they have the opportunity, they have the ability to make these picks and get this early game lead, but the draft just has to come through. Less tanks, more carries. That's all they got to do. And I think once they get that down, right, like they have the early game capability. They just showed. I think Clifford just had a really fantastic game on Skarner. I think Aggressive played really well into it and was able to kind of negate a lot of his pulls that he had. But overall, draft more carries. Give yourself more carry potential. You just had Mograth solo kill Teemo twice in lane. Hecty had a really fantastic game for himself. Like, you have these players who are playing at a high level right now, but they got to give themselves the tool to make stuff happen.
Yeah, it's basically a lot. Unfortunately, I feel like you said, some of these games are just kind of lost that draft, and New York Tech is just trying to put this one together, and this can will, if unless they're with them posing for a reverse sweep, they're gonna have to push this one all the way another 3 games if they want to be able to take the championship.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are going to be jumping right back into Champion Select here for game number 3 of the ECC League of Legends Finals. Farmingdale leads the series 2-0. They need one more win in order to bring this game to a close. So we'll see how this team does right now in draft. What kind of things are going to be changing for the both of these squads, and coming right at you.
Same bands last time. So what is New York Tech going to do differently right now? Because like we said, they're still banning those carry top laners from Mograth. So what will they be able to kind of figure out for this one? Are they going to pick a carry top laner for Mograth early, as they're going to ban out almost the same bans? Almost exactly. We're going to see what this last one is going to be. Yeah. Same all the way down the board.
Yeah, absolutely. So it looks like the Teemo, the Sivir, and the Olaf ban are coming out for NYIT, and the Aatrox, the Mordekaiser, and the Hecarim are going to be banned out for Farmingdale, as NYIT are going to be on the blue side. And immediately, last time NYIT drafted 3 tanks first, and then last picked tank. Immediately off rip, we are getting a Tristana for NYIT. So we have the damage threat immediately. All they got to do is draft at least one more.
Please.
No, listen, I think that's a really, really good first pick for the squad, especially with Hecarim off the table. Tristana is easily the best AD carry right now, and I think that's just a huge power pick for you to pick up immediately for yourself. So Galio is actually going to be locked in. So we are going to see a Farmingdale State College Galio pick finally here. J-Real is going to go right back to that Udyr. With Olaf off the table, he's got no problem picking that one right back up.
Yeah, really liking the draft from Farmingdale thus far. Only 2 picks, but comfort picks at that. But NYT on the other side, recognizing that they just haven't had the damage, opt for the Tristana right off the rip. So Tom, I agree. Great beginning here so
Leona.
far, and they get the Leona as well.
Yeah, so wouldn't be surprised at all right here if Farmingdale do opt for Renekton. It's been one of Timo's better picks. Hot and Gay is still toying with us. He's throwing up the Aurelion Soul. We all know you're not picking it, man. Quit fooling with us. Would not be surprised in any way, shape, or form if Renekton was the pick here. My only concern is that if you do lock in the Renekton, Farmingdale is now kind of locked into that same problem.
Ooh.
Oh, we're actually going to see a Jinx, baby. Okay. So Shatter has just been having an outstanding series so far, and he, despite the fact that it's that it's a Leona and a Skarner locked in 2 and 3 for NYT, he's feeling it. He's saying, "Give me that Jinx, man. Put the weight of this game on my shoulders." So I really, really like this pickup here for Farmingdale. He's just got to play a little safe with it. So I'm not going to be too surprised if Morgana is the second ban coming out from NYT, but Camille is going to be taken off the table on the side of the Rams, and we'll see just a second here what they opt to ban out last. But Zillion also being taken off the table. They know that Galio could easily be a flex bottom. It's Ashe. They think that that's actually going to Hecty, which it totally could be.
Yeah, it's right. Tristana mid has definitely seen a little bit more light recently. Just so much pushing power, so much presence in the lane.
Right.
But
They finally get rid of that Victor. Okay.
Interesting. So
leave up Lulu.
You leave up Lulu. You leave up Morgana. You leave up Renekton. You're leaving up a lot of picks that Farmingdale are super comfortable of picking here. So I'm kind of interested to see what they do go for here. If I'm Farmingdale, you probably pick a top lane Renekton. You probably just pick the Renekton here right up. Okay, so they're actually going to opt for the Ornn and say... Yeah, so they're actually going to opt for the Ornn here because they are super low on gauge, kind of like the way we just said. So I think if Timo can maybe have a little bit better of a lane and just sort of sit back, understand that, hey, my job in this lane is not to kind of go for the 1v1. It's not to get a lead advantage against Mograth. It's to kind of just sit back. Like we said before, right? If Ornn goes even in lane, it really means he's a set.
Okay.
Whoa,
Okay. I'm going to match your pushing power with my Bagools, he says. As the Yorick will be chosen by New York Tech. This is, I know, is one of those sleeper picks that I've been hearing about a lot in the for League. Is like Yorick just keeps getting these buffs because no one's playing him, and they can't really test out if the buffs are working because no one's playing Yorick. So Yorick has just been getting a full set of buffs, and Malzahar coming out. So it's going to be a straight control mage right now, kind of just instantly knocking down. And if the Skarner suppression doesn't get you, the Malzahar ult will. So there's going to be a lot of creatures on the Rift today, with all the Bagools plus Malzahar, the little voidlings. New York Tech looking to stamp something up on game number 3 as Corki will come out.
Okay, so this is interesting because we are getting a Galio flex to the bot lane for Aggressa, and Hot and Gay will pilot the Corki Copter for this game. So I like this Farmingdale draft a lot. It's got good engage. It's got great follow-up if Jay decides he wants to go deep. Heck, even with Corki package, if he decides to look for a flank, if aggressive times are right, you can get a really good Galio alt paired with that. It has good peel against the Leona and against the Tristana, right? They jump in. Okay, Galio's just going to stand in front of you, go for the taunt, then he can layer a lot of CC with it. So I think that the Galio flex bot lane for Aggressa is going to do a really good job at keeping Shatter safe. I like the NYIT draft a lot, but I do have a few problems with it. Actually, I really have one problem with it. My one problem is that drafting Skarner and Malzahar is a little bit redundant. It's sort of similar of kind of what we were talking about before when you got multiple tanks. Okay, you got a ton of CC, but like aside from your base damage, you really don't have anybody that's going to be doing damage with that CC.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's sort of the similar thing, right? Like Malzahar is not this huge high DPS kind of mid laner. So even if Skarner is able to get on top of Corki, which it'll definitely be hard for him, Malzahar isn't this mid laner that's going to really be able to kind of just 100-0 burst him, right? It's not like you're pairing it with like a Rise or an Orianna or something like that that's going to do high burst damage. So good on NYIT to draft much higher damage. They still got a good amount of CC, a lot to work, or I should say a lot more to work with here, especially with that Yorick pick. Durant, you hit it right on the head, man. That is going to be the hardest thing for Farmingdale to deal with. That pick is just absolutely crazy right now.
I think going along with your point of redundancy, Tom, in terms of like the point of the ultimates for both Malzahar and Skarner,
Right.
you have like the Quicksilver Sash now has so much more value.
Right.
It's not just you're not just building it for one champion, you're building it for, in this case, two
Three.
champions.
Three, right?
Right,
Leona.
yeah.
Yeah.
Leona as well,
Yeah.
good point. Yeah. So just immense value here onto someone like Jinx, who's going to be very immobile and likely to get caught out by one of these carries or one of these suppressions and lockdowns.
Right.
But you have the Galio on the other side being able to counter engage it. So agree 100% that Farmingdale really drafting, and I think throwing NYIT for a loop with this Galio flex to the bot lane. So great on them, but this Yorick pick is a wild card for me right now. I think
Yeah, no one knows.
so-
No one sees Yorick ever. So-
well, not only that, but like we were saying, it's just the damage that the buffs that he's recently received have just made him like an uber just feasting top laner right now, and he's just able to snowball and snowball. If he's getting his items, he can really take over a game and just be unkillable in a lane and split push. So a lot of pressure, I think, on Mograth as well, but he's in a good spot to do it here with the draft around him.
Yeah, Farmingdale are definitely going to have to be on top of their macro, because if you're saying to yourself, okay, Mograth's in the top lane, we're going to fight for this Drake or something as 5v4, if NYIT do a good enough job at just stalling you, Mograth is going to go ahead and take 2 turrets like nothing. Really quick.
Yeah.
Like that,
Oh
like,
my
the power of
god.
this York is just unbelievable right now. So I love this pick from Mograth. And listen, this is what we were saying, right? Stop putting Mograth and Hecty and all these insane players on tank duty, right? Like,
Yeah.
okay, it's fine to play through Anjarisu, but give yourself another kind of win condition. And right now they're doing it finally. So Yorick locked in for Mograth. That is their win condition. That it is split push. That if you're looking at Farmingdale's team, like, who's going to answer that? You really can't. So I think that this is a fantastic pickup, a really good read on draft in Game 3. And I think that if NYIT are going to win this game, it's definitely going to be through that unbelievable pressure that Mograth is going to be able to put up.
Yeah, I mean, Tom, you say it, NYT has to win this game, otherwise
They
they're
need
going
to,
home, and
yeah.
that's the end. So, a lot of pressure on both fronts here. Farmingdale pushed themselves to match point. We got Game 3 coming up right now. Favorite skins in the lobby, boys? What are we thinking?
Corgi
Ooh.
Corki is absolutely adorable of a skin. But Bizahar though.
True.
Bizarre
That's
is
what I was
good
gonna say.
too, but I mean,
Bizahar.
Erdio with his bucket of chicken.
Oh yeah, and the
I
chicken
like fried
dance.
chicken.
Yeah, the chicken dance too. I'm going with Birdio, man. I love Odyssey Jinx too, but Birdio, come on. It's a tough call for sure. Birdio versus Hot is Corgi is definitely a tough call, but that's what we're going with. So Game 3 is starting, boys. Game 3 means Farmingdale are on match point in this series. They lead 2-0. NYIT have to string together the reverse sweep, and it all starts right here if they want to keep themselves in this series.
Ooh man, this is gonna be a real interesting one. Let's see if New York, what these early game is gonna look like, because last time we saw New York Tech just run up the top lane and try to take out Teemo as quickly as possible. It didn't work out in their favor, but it did help them a lot in the beginning of the game. Something else I kind of want to talk to you guys about is that New York Tech did have that lead, but it's kind of just like flopping on a few team fights, just uncoordinated. So I'm interested to see how they're gonna be able to play through this for this upcoming game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's actually kind of switched. It's so funny that we kind of keep saying to each other, like, okay, well, like the relative style of the team comp was flipped on its head, right, for game
Yeah.
two. So we were talking about that bottom lane matchup where in game one, Aggressa was piloting that Leona, and now in game two, Kratos was on, the heavy engaged support against the squishy. So it was switch on its head, and for sure, NYT did a good job at to my knowledge, or to my memory, I should say, they didn't get any 2v2 kills, but they had really, really good pressure on that lane the entire time. And
The
now we're
emos.
kind of seeing sorry, what?
The emos being flash. I
Oh
always
yeah,
love
no,
that.
they're
Emotes
throwing
are
it out,
great.
man. They're all clowning. But just to finish my point real quick, I mean, the relative style of the team comps are kind of switched on their head now, with NYIT now being the ones that actually have really good damage output from multiple laners with strong CC. It's just a good front-to-back team fight. You have Leona for the engage, Cliffhorse obviously for engage, Hecty can peel, Cliffhorse can peel. All of these guys can kind of look for their own opportunities to engage, to disengage, to peel in whatever way they see fit. So I think that NYT have a lot of really, really great tools to deal with. Like I said before, maybe a little bit low on that straight up damage in a team fight, right? If Anjarisu again gets kind of zoned, it'll be harder to zone a Tristana, but if he does get zoned, then maybe you're looking at a Farmingdale victory in a team fight. But everything we'll have to wait and see exactly how it goes. It looks like we're actually going to have a top to bot clear for J-Real, so it's going to be mirrored, which means likely he will be looking for either an early mid fight or an early bottom fight, but regardless, we'll have to wait to see exactly what his plan is. Timo doing a good
Ghouls are
job.
out, and they are jumping, and they are slashing,
oh my
and they...
God.
I love the Bagools are so annoying. Listen, I'm a Poppy main, okay? I love Poppy. I love playing some really tanky top laners. But when you get hit with that ooze grenade that I'm gonna call it, it's just like all the Bagools at the same time, and just like this, they just jump onto you, and it's like you can hit them in one hit, but there are like 5 of them, and you can't attack that fast. So
Yeah,
like,
not at all. It's
So
super
impressive.
annoying. Yeah, that's the perfect word for it. I mean, Timo did a good job of pulling the lane, but look at that. Just based off the poke alone from Mograth, he's immediately just under tower and missing farm already. So kind of going for like a cheater recall. Looks like he's actually opting for the tier early. So Mograth looks like he's going to be rushing for a mana moon. Yeah, I mean exactly right. That's going to be sustained mana for a lot of the poke that he's going to need into something like the Ornn. Just get as much of a lead as he possibly can. I definitely really, really like that pickup into the Ornn, so I'm excited to see how NYT does fare with this pick and see what kind of pressure he's able to create with it. But overall, we're going to look like not much of anything is going to be happening. Cliffhorse looks like he's just going to reset in this wave here, just in case J-Real is thinking about coming in. I didn't actually see. Did J-Real counter? No, J-Real did not counter jungle that red, but he did get the ward out, so he's going to be able to get a nice little tracking down onto Cliffhorse. So if he does pass by that, maybe he's on his way to Krugs or something like that, J-Real will spot it out. So he'll be able to just keep tabs on Cliffhorse here and there, which is really all you got to do in this matchup.
Shatter's still popping off in this bottom lane, regardless if there's kills or not. Still staying ahead in CS.
Yeah.
As this is kind of like the only thing we can really speak about right now, because not much has happened so far. But but for CS in the bottom lane, meanwhile in the mid lane, Hecty has a slight lead, just slight leads here and there, as Timo is getting their bearings back and trying to even up this CS count in the top lane.
Yeah, absolutely. So overall, just kind of a lot of things
forward.
equaling out. Yeah, Timo actually looking for a trade onto Mograth early, but the Bagools are going to come out and make sure that that trade is evened up very nicely. So both these top laners being taken down to about half to 1/3 HP, making it so that neither of them can really risk stepping up too far. Timo's wave is going to shove, so he's just going to go for the reset immediately. But yeah, I mean, listen, we're at... Let's talk about kind of win conditions for this team. We don't want to beat the dead Cybear here and talk about how Mograth is definitely a huge win condition for NYIT. So Farmingdale, I'm kind of looking at this and saying, okay, yes, even though Cliffhorse and Malzahar, or I should say Cliffhorse and Hecty picking 2 champions together, that may be a little redundant. They do have a lot of really strong early game pressure together, and Farmingdale definitely want to go late. So I'm thinking that NYT actually have a good draft here because they have a lot of good
Oh.
early game pressure to kind of try to close this out. But even if it does go late, you know, Mograth is just going to be an absolute beast. Bagools
Oh,
coming
the
out.
Bagools. Are they going to be able to
Yeah.
stop him? But
Timo
Mograth
actually
is going to
gets
take a
really
lot of
good
damage,
trade
yeah.
back. Yeah, that Bell's Breath just does so much in trading for you. So Timo not doing a bad job in any way, shape, or form in the trades. Definitely a little low in the farm department. He's got a nice big wave in front of him now, so he should be able to equal it up. But J-Real just opting for a solo Drake immediately off rip. Aggressive
Ooh.
might
Look
actually
here,
have Kratos caught out, though. Yeah, he's going to force a flash out.
As the,
TP from Timo,
and TP from Mograth, they're going to come in as best Timo Name's going to be able to pop the ult, and they're going to be going directly in, but is it going to be a little, it's not going to be enough damage as Shatter's still free firing from the back as New York Tech is trying to get in this, but here come the rocket jumps as Andresa's going to jump in, then jump back out as TKE Kratos will be going down, and New York Tech trying to find something with this as the Maiden of the Mist will see if they could chase out Timo, and that was an interesting team fight as both mid laners will walk out with kills, and I think it's almost completely mirrored on both sides in terms of who got assists and who didn't, except for Agriso.
Yeah, an assist onto both the AD carries and top laners. Kill for the mid laners and the supports are the ones that bite the bullets. It is completely mirrored here. NYT, though, with the first blood, means that they will take the ever so slight gold lead in the start of this game. So about a 300, 400 gold lead for them right now, but that should be equalized up relatively soon. Again, that's not too much to worry about if you're a fan of the Rams, but either way, really good fight for them. I was definitely really questioning that teleport from Timo.
Yeah.
I definitely don't think that was remotely necessary. You know, you burn the flash from Kratos, like that's it, right? If you're this bottom lane for Farmingdale, all you really got to do is just kind of equalize. I'm gonna stop right now because
Cliff Horse is going to flash in. The suppress is going to be going, and you do not even have enough to come in. But yeah, Cliff Horse going in way too deep is going to take an extra tower shot, and will go down. And Farmingdale still able to equalize that one up as the Maiden of the Mist is just kind of soul sucking everything in the top lane.
It's a Dementor, right? It's basically what it is.
Yeah, it's basically a Dementor.
It's basically like a League of Legends Dementor. I love it. Nah, but really good
go.
job on, oh yeah, hold on here. Timo might actually be getting caught out here. Mograth looking to go a little bit deep, but he's not going to go underneath the tower. Not going to make the same mistake that his jungler just did 2 minutes earlier. So Timo has to reset now, but with no teleport, and 30 CS down in this matchup. Look at that CS differential. I mean, we talked about how Mograth was definitely the win con for his team. I mean, we're already seeing it 8 minutes into the game, and it's only going to get worse from here. So NYT have their win condition for this game. They just got to play around it and kind of equalize some of this gold coming out.
Yeah, but meanwhile on the bottom side, take a look at that CS. It's about 10 CS, and Shatter is still able to stay ahead, regardless of the fight that happened somewhat in the bottom lane. So I still think, I mean, I'm still trying to be partial. I'm trying not to just be like, don't worry, they got this the entire time. But like, you still have to, eventually talk about the elephant that's in the room, which is Shatter, who has just been able to kind of pop off these last few games. As I just noticed that Corky's ult passive is like the little dog treats. That's adorable.
Yeah, it's dog treats, man. Some biscuits.
Some biscuits. But yeah, we have New York Tech can't just get complacent with Mograth doing well in the top lane, because he did the same thing last game, and New York Tech still needs to shut down Shatter and get and do better in a team fight, to be completely honest.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that we kind of saw a little bit of what we were talking about in that first team fight, though, right? I mean, J-Real had originally, I believe it was J-Real who got ulted by Cliff Horse, pulled in a little bit, and then immediately following with Hecty. And yeah, he did not drop there, but, you know, Aggressive did drop there, so the fact that they were able to kind of like lock so many people down for so long and just not follow up with the damage just kind of goes to show that, yeah, Mograth for sure is kind of like their shining star right now. And Andresus he's getting CS, so he's going to be able to do some good stuff as well, but definitely a concern.
Do they
maybe
see
going
him,
forward,
though, is the question.
Cliff Horse a little looking maybe like he's trying to get in. I think they want to push his wave out a little bit. He's putting a good amount of time into this. If they do get this, it's 50 seconds to the Drake. So if this works out for NYT, definitely worth the wait, but putting a lot into it as they're, yeah, okay, actually he's just going to opt to pull back and go for the Krug. So not really finding anything with that gank anyway.
And there is the potential for an Infernal Dragon Soul here.
Hey. It's Ocean or
possible.
Infernal. Come on, give it to us.
Please.
We've been
One
waiting
fire
2
dragon.
series for it.
Yeah, come on.
But we'll see what happens. 2 kills, though, on both mid laners. Kind of transitioning as they pick up these items for themselves. They're just going to get stronger and stronger. And I think there's going to be a lot of pressure around this second drag. But NYT get the rotation. I stand completely corrected. Farmingdale is going to give it over.
Yeah, so Farmingdale on a pretty poor reset timer right here. It
That's
looks like
an
they're
interesting
just giving
interaction.
up. Yeah, so I don't think a lot of people know this too well, but Ornn's dash, or Ornn's little headbutt there, actually breaks any kind of wall that's put up. So if it's an Anivia wall, a cage from Mograth, whatever it is, all Teemo's got to do is kind of just headbutt it, and it takes it down immediately. So definitely a little rough from Mograth that, yeah, like you're giving him a wall to kind of knock you up on. So not the worst kind of interaction in the world for Teemo by any means, but still, you know, we're looking down the barrel of about a 40 CS lead. J-Real now is going to get
Looking on
caught
Jay,
out
though.
here. Yeah,
And here
suppression
goes that
out.
first stun, and we'll be able to pick up pull in a second one, as Gabriel is going to have to flash away. Hot and Gay is going to have to still flash again, as more damage is going to come in. Cliff Horse, you got to be careful. You can't just allow... As the Bagools, will they jump? No. I'm always terrified. It's like, you're doing well, and then like out of Fog of War, like a grenade comes, and you're just like, oh no.
Yeah, so a little greedy from NYT there. They had J-Real caught. He was locked down, but Cliff Horse decides, I'm going to go forward, and I'm going to try to get 2 kills for us right here. J-Real's able to flash and get himself out. Hotengay's able to do the same. So, yeah, NYT, you burn 2 flashes out of key members here from Farmingdale, but you walk away with no kills and nothing really to show for it. So,
Yeah.
maybe a bit of a greedy misplay from the Cybears. Maybe trying to their best to just kind of get as much of a lead as they possibly can. Probably a little intimidated from the scaling potential of these members. And, oh, yeah, I mean, the Rift Herald going in top lane for Mograth. Solo gold going to be coming out here. That's exactly what you want. J-Ro looks like he's actually going a little aggressive on, but I don't think you win that. Not against the Bagools.
But here
hang
comes
on,
Hot and Gay, yeah.
The top lane all of a sudden. Hot and
Yeah.
Gay teleports in, and he's going to pick up that kill for himself. So we talked about scaling, man. Yeah, that's going to immediately be a kill right over to Hot and Gay. He's got a 150 gold shutdown for himself, and it's a TP in reply from I'm going to stop right here. Hang on.
Ooh.
Aggressive looks like she's getting a little caught out here. The Justice Punch to come in and get out. She knocked up Andrew there. That was an interesting little interaction.
Oh my god, this is just a bunch of interactions.
What is happening?
Whatever rioters.
I feel like I'm learning so much.
Yeah, we're learning so much, and writers who are in charge of champion interactions start taking some notes, because we're getting a lot of rare ones coming out this game.
No, listen, I mean, definitely a good collapse from NYT. Good job on Cliff Horse to realize, okay, I'm not getting Shatter. I'm just going to pull the Galio back in, and he's able to get a kill for his AD carry. So, maybe a little bit of a hard push for Farmingdale without any vision, right? If you look at those wards, they really didn't have anything for themselves. So, good response on NYT to pick up that kill for themselves, and it's going to be blue buffs going over to, I was going to say the mid laners, but that's actually not Hot and Gay on the Galio. I feel like I've been so conditioned to think that Galio is our,
The mid
is our
laner.
infamous mid lane, but
Yeah,
They
I'm
were
not
good
gonna lie. I
matches.
was watching New York Tech walk up to Dragon with the Tristana, and I was like, how did Farmingdale get there so quickly? Wait a second.
they're trading champions, man. They kind of gentleman's handshake for
Yeah.
game 3. They're just like, all right.
It's like
you
it's
play
like a
lots of time,
Smash
we
when
can
you
see
just
it.
go Gentleman's PS2 all the time.
Yeah, true. Listen, don't bring up Smash to Farmingdale right now. Okay, the wounds are still fresh.
I am so sorry.
It's all right.
Well, boys, we're playing League of Legends tonight.
Yeah, we are.
As Teemo's
And,
gonna flash the Teemo emote, which gives them +1 hype.
Yeah. And +1 shield actually. if
Plus
you didn't
one,
know about
plus
that.
+1
Plus
shield.
1 shield.
Oh man.
I'm actually kind of interested in the fact that Hottengate opted for the Immortal Shield Bow over the Triforce, so he's going to be sacrificing out some damage, and they did just buff Triforce, so I think that probably would have been a great pickup here, but I guess when you're into something like a Skarner and a Malzahar and you understand, like, I'm just going to be locked into Oblivion here, I think that it's probably not the worst here, as it does give you just that little bit of extra safety and survivability in some of these fights. And it's a Corki, so regardless of the Triforce or the Shield Bow, like, you're still going to scale unbelievably well. So I'm not going to say I like it or I love it or I want some more of it or anything, but I'll call it interesting. How about that? Oh my god, those Bagools.
Those Bagools, man. If Orange didn't have that dash and you're just stuck around like 4 Bagools, like you're just trying. They're only one hit. They're all only one hit. But
hang on here.
So might be hot and gay very
Shield
soon
bow,
as he will be going down. The shield bow is going to be able to tank up a little bit of damage as the unfortunately the grenade will not connect as the Galio will come in and they're going to put him directly into a ghoul shaped circle of oblivion. As I was gonna say a glass case of emotion,
baby cage, man, come on.
It's a baby cage. Another Bagool baby cage. As New York Tech is gonna be able to get the. Aw, I just realized it's not gonna be.
We got it.
Oh, it is.
The Infernal Soul.
It's the Infernal Soul.
Oh,
Farmingdale
we
State
did it.
College gets the Infernal Soul finally in a series. It's here, boys.
We did it.
We've waited so long.
We waited the entire. You guys have waited the entire season for this moment.
Literally.
Really? So wait, if Farmingdale like loses this game, does that mean the Infernal Soul is actually just our reckoning?
I would say it's definitely possible, sir.
Oh no.
But if
Oh,
that's
yes.
what the
Oh, no.
RNG gods have set up, then
Yeah.
that's what it is. But a lot of mythic items starting to cross into players' inventories here.
Yeah.
Other than the supports, naturally, of course. Kraken Slayer picked up for Shatter, like Tom you hit on before. Shield Bow picked up for the Corki.
Yep.
Chem Tank on either Jungler, and Leandries for the Malzahar, sitting nice at 3-0 right now.
Yeah, I think that this is definitely looking really strong for NYIT. It's kind of interesting, right? Because both of these squads have such different parts of their team that they want to heavily play around, and it's going pretty good for the side of NYIT so far, right? Like, and Farmingdale are definitely scaling up pretty well on that Jinx and that Corki, but Malzahar's got 3-0 for himself anyway right now, and Teemo is just getting absolutely dumped.
This is him fighting all the minions.
These ghouls.
He can't do absolutely anything. J-Ro has to come in here and help him and take down the Shroud. He's
God.
just
Fights
like,
him
all
down.
right, get this guy out of here. So
Fighting all the NYT minions, plus the Maiden of the Mist, plus all the Bagools who are constantly jumping on him. And it's just like, I don't know what you want me to do in this situation.
Quite
Yeah,
literally, yeah. It's pretty crazy. And now, both carries of Farmingdale opt for the Quicksilver Sash. We were talking about it earlier. Immense value in this game with the suppressions from both Malz and Skarner. So, good pickups there. There's 4 members of NYT in the bot lane right now.
yeah, Shatter and Aggressa have to be careful here. They have no vision behind them, but with that, they have to understand now that Malzahar is right behind them. They have to back up here, otherwise they for sure lose their lives.
The
So
spell?
actually it's gonna cross over, yeah. They're going to be able to get out.
Oh,
Teleport?
TP.
Is it a double TP? It is not.
No, it's a
just
single
Teemo.
TP as best Teemo Nate will be coming in. Mogath is still in the top lane, so we're back into that condition where New York Tech just needs to stall this game as Andreesu is going to be able to get out of this. And unfortunately, it looks like Kratos. No, he's still going to come in now. Here come Mograth and the Bagools, the hottest band of the 80s, as J-Real is going to knock him up into a baby cage as Cliff Horse is going to go very deep once again. Best Teemo Nate and Andreesu is going to go. I mean, not Andreesu. Yeah, Andrews is going to be able to get the kill as the Bagool will jump an Olympic amount over the river. Over the river towards his enemy. As Mogath is going to, I think, may throw a grenade at this. No, they will not. That was an interesting team fight as Mogath pushes up the lane, then teleports down, and wins the team fight for New York Tech.
Yeah, so
Pure comedy.
really, that could have gone so much better for NYIT. I can't help but to feel it didn't really feel like Mograth really did a whole lot there. It kind of felt like he came in and sort of gave his team the safety they needed to just secure whatever kills they could, but Teemo jumped over the wall at like 300 400 HP. He basically just killed himself right there. So Mograth didn't need to be there, and even if they needed him, just disengage. Tell your team, hey, listen, like, disengage. There's 5 bot right now. Their top laner just expended TP to come down and help. I'm just going to hard shove this wave. So overall, it does go in the favor of NYIT. They do pick up a kill for themselves, but I mean, maybe could have done a little bit more with it, but overall, you know, can't be too sad with it.
Can't be too sad when your Malzahar mid is sitting 3-0-2 and your Tristana now has 2 kills to her name. So
Yeah.
If I'm NYIT, I'm very comfortable here. But you know, it's like the haunting of last game. We were in a great spot last game, and
Yeah.
Farmingdale was able to kind of sweep from behind. So NYT up about 2.5K gold, but really got to hold through here if they want to continue this series and push to a game 4.
Yeah, absolutely. This next Drake is coming up in about 30 seconds, and NYT are already kind of on the roam for it. Hecty looks like he's going to shove this wave out and then move over to assist his team. Farmingdale have 4 in the bot side. Both teams have 4 in the bot side, but it looks like Timo and Mograth are already just walking down. Neither have any teleport to assist, so both these guys look like they're kind of just running down. But
ooh, they're going to be able to pull in. But here comes the Galio. It's gonna knock off multiple members, and J-Real is gonna go low. New York Tech is gonna try to see if they can get some damage in, but Shatter is just free farming. He's gonna be knocked up once again, as this is gonna be another not so good team fight for New York Tech as they bought more than they could chew, and Shatter just popping off once again.
He hits it.
Oh, the Bagul.
They're gonna get the Bagools.
Okay. Oof.
Okay, so Shatter gets dropped to about 100 HP there, and even though he does so much work in this team fight, it's actually Hot and Gay that picks up a triple kill for himself. So both of these guys kind of swapping roles from game 1. Shatter now sitting at 0-0-5, playing that support Jinx role. Definitely, you know, if you're Farmingdale, you can't be upset about having a major team fight victory and then getting Drake, right? But if you're Shatter, you're definitely sitting there and saying, really? We cleaned up 4, and you guys couldn't give me 1 kill? So definitely a little unlucky for him there, but still going to be happy about this, you know, bringing this gold lead back just a little bit back in towards the neutral zone.
It's so difficult for both Cliff Horse and Hecty to look for a play because literally anybody that you want to try and bring in and suppress has the QSS at this point.
3 people with QSS.
Hecty ulted him, and J-Real just QSS out of it and run back and kites back for Shatter. Like, and at that point, you're just like, you throw your hands up. You got nothing. You can't do anything. So, really, really unlucky. And both shutdowns from both Enjirisu and Hecty going over to the side of Farmingdale, particularly Hot and Gay on this Corki, who's now sitting at 6-2 himself.
Yeah, absolutely, Abs. We talked a lot about the redundancy before and how much these QSSs are really going to pay off for this Farmingdale squad, and we just saw it pay off hard, right? Double ult out onto J-Real, and he just QSSs the second one that comes down, runs back into the ult from Aggressa to make sure that nobody can chase him. Cliff Horse actually gets sectioned off so hard, and Shatter is just untouched in all of this, and he is just laying down the rockets with the Kraken Slayer. Yeah, he had to rush for the QSS, so you know he's not really putting out as much damage as maybe you would expect a 23-minute Jinx to, but I mean he's safe, he's untouched, and even if they did try to get on top of him, he's still got a QSS to keep himself safe. So definitely a really strong fight for the Rams.
Yeah, we talked about where it's gonna be if he gets the peel, and he's getting the peel
happening
so far. So
Timo is gonna be like Neo by the end of this game, dodging these Bagools. So both these squads looks like they're kind of just going back to a sort of neutral territory zone. They're actually looking like they're just going for the NA ram. Both teams kind of lining up mid, not really sure what the goal for either of these are. I want to see more splitting from Mograth. Stop grouping with your team, man. Just say, hey, listen, like, you guys just stall fights. That's all you've got to do, and let me just go for these towers, because he keeps trying to roam down and group. And
another suppress coming in, as he's going to be caught up by the Jinx snare, and Cliff Horse maybe going in a little bit too deep again.
my luck.
Yeah, burns the flash out from Kratos. He's got to get out to save his own life. So the ult comes down onto Aggressa. She's not able to get out, Abs. Sorry.
No, and that's just it. You kind of were going towards it, I think. When you can't pull in any of the carries of Farmingdale, you opt for the support, and she's too tanky, you can't even kill her. It's like, no matter who you try to pull in, there's so much difficulty in trying to take them down, whether it's the QSS to let them just flat out escape, or they're just overly tanky and have the Merc Treads to reduce the duration of the suppression. So really just a rough game in terms of who Cliff Force can kind of like seek out with his ult.
Yeah.
Yeah, not to mention if Aggressa is able to get a good Justice Punch out right before she gets locked up, that Aftershock is going to proc. So, you know, the first few hits, basically almost the whole duration of that suppression, she's going to be just super, super tanky and really hard to kill. So not a lot of options on the side of NYT. And at this point, you know, you got to be sweating a little bit for these guys. I mean, with this triple QSS coming out with the 3 mainline members of Farmingdale, and your options being harder and harder to actually look for fights, and the scaling being there for the Rams, you gotta just start funneling resources into Mograth, and you gotta just understand the fact that, hey, listen, like, if the team fight is doomed, the team fight is doomed. Mograth has to be a thorn in the side of Farmingdale and stop grouping.
Yeah, it's definitely a fair assessment. It's difficult though, because I feel like even if Mograth is splitting into Teemo, Teemo's there to answer him, or at least, you know, clear the wave with the Bellows Breath. And the 4v4 for NYT is definitely not in favor. I think that Farmingdale win it very very convincingly, to be honest with you. With all these QSSs, it just makes it so difficult for NYT to play make.
Yeah. And even if you burn, maybe you burn some QSSs, right? And maybe Tristana goes for the jump in. Okay, well now you have a Galio and an Udyr who are just going to bear slap and taunt you right in front of the carries, and he's just going to get absolutely blown up, right?
It's very difficult.
So it's definitely getting to be a hard game for NYT, but again, like, look at Mograth right now on your screen. He is just brutalizing the tower right now. Teemo can't even get a reset off. Like, he's going past the minion wave. So this is the way that Mograth should be playing this entire game, because Teemo clearly can just not deal with it. And
ooh, they're able to stun out Cliff Horse, but unfortunately that's not going to be able to connect 100%.
Nice.
The Hot Engage is going to go right through the team as the shields will come in, but will they be able to finish off this team fight? Because it's looking pretty good for New York Tech, but Shatter is able to free fire once again. Hexy is going to see if he can get this damage down, finally able to take down Shatter, as that Grisa is now going to be there. Mograth is there, the Maid of the Mist is there, and she's going to suck the soul right out of your body as New York Tech.
What a fight there.
Ooh,
Shadow, I think, got a little too excited from that Jinx pass. Flash forward into the team, just gets locked up by Cliff Horse and by Hecty, and he just burns right then and there. So I think maybe you just play a little farther back next time and just sort of play with your team and hit whoever's in front of you. You're a Jinx that has insane range. If they have to walk into you, Farmingdale could easily win right there. I saw what he was going for, you know, try to put the team on his back, but doesn't work out in any way, shape, or form for him. And yeah, so a nice team fight victory going over to NYT. That nets them the Baron as well and the Drake. So just overall, such insane swing right now in the favor of the side bears.
No doubt about it. And now this Yorick is going to be even more tough in this side lane for Teemo. He's going to have this Baron buff now. The Baguls are still going to go after him.
And the guys still got inhibitor.
Yeah. And
so
the minions were able to push a tier 1 inhibitor up there, so like the top lane inhib is now down, and NYT can kind of posture for an easy mid or bot lane push, especially with Baron. So great play out of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Farmingdale kind of just got to do their best to keep their heads in the game. I think that they probably understand at this point that, okay, you know what, we played this team fight pretty poorly. I think we could have played it a lot better. You know, we had members that were getting caught out a little bit. Shatter went a little too far forward, so as long as they go ahead and fix some of that stuff up for themselves, they're going to go ahead and scale fine just fine. Ornaments coming out. J-Real is likely going to be the last of the 3 main members of the squad to get it.
Mograth in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Mograth. I mean, that's how you do it, right? Like, look at this. With
there he
Baron,
goes.
like, go ahead and take the tower. Who cares, man? Like, nobody can stop you. Look at him. He's just gonna.
Oh, the Baguls are just gonna jump in, and he doesn't even have to worry about the turret, as J-Real is now gonna have to deal with the Baguls and the Maiden of the Mist. As New York Tech is just gonna say, okay, send multiple members down there. We'll just move all the way back, as Cliff Horse is going to scare him a little bit. With,
yeah, didn't want to commit to the ultimate. I think he knew that with that Aftershock down, he definitely could not burst out Aggressa, and even so, that's probably not the member you want to go through anyway. Teemo now in mid lane looks like he wants to go for the Ornal, try to find something with the horn. Looks like
this could be something big here, as New York Tech is going to see if they can turn this one around. New York Tech will be able to do anything, as Agrisa will be going down first. Andrisu is now the one who's able to free fire, as the tables have been turned, and Malzahar with this passive is able to start getting rid of members off off the back end of this team fight,
That might be
Mograth
it.
might be able to go in. What might go down, but no, he will not, as he's just gonna flash away from that. As New York Tech about to get 3 inhibitors down, and Farmingdale for the first time in the series. Yeah, I think you could. I think. No wait, Mograth doesn't. I would say if Mograth had teleported, I think they could have probably made the jump directly in. But I think if they were able to kill Shatter during that team fight, that would have been it.
Yeah.
But I do not think that is it just yet. I think New York Tech is probably gonna wait maybe a few, if they want to, another 2 minutes for Dragon and get that explosion damage. But I am still hesitant to say the game is over just yet, because you never know which way these team fights will run.
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's so many of these team fights where Shatter is straight up free hitting. In that one, he was free hitting. And look at his items. He's only got 2 items. That QSS delays so hard. So with the third item of LDR coming out here for him, he's going to complete that in, just another minion wave or so. And once he gets that, I mean, he'll really be a threat, and forget it once he goes past that into what will likely become an Infinity Edge. I mean,
yeah, most likely.
It's definitely possible for them to come back. The only problem here is that Mograth is just an absolute beast.
The Magools.
Top lane pick right here. Look at the kill feed though. It's 15 kills to the side of the Cybears and 3 kill participation to Mograth. So even though he keeps joining these fights, he's not really like getting anything for it. But I think he's finally learned at this point to listen. Like, you guys are on your own. Like, I'm just gonna sit down here or up here or wherever I am, and I'm just gonna shove, and it's working out for him. 3 inhibitors are down for Farmingdale. This Drake is coming up in 50 seconds. There's no way that Farmingdale is going to be able to actually deal with this, so it's likely going to be a fire Infernal Soul. Yeah, going right over to the Cybears.
Yeah, just too much. If you look at this Malzahar right now, he's got his core 3 items. He's got the Void Staff, the Demonic Embrace, and the Leandries. His E and his damage is just burning all the tanks of Farmingdale so easily. The raw magic pen from the Void Staff, the Demonic Embrace with the % health damage, like, it's just such a efficient tool into this tanky lineup of Farmingdale, and that's why he's sitting at 7-1 right now.
Yeah, he's doing a really, really great job. Both Hecti and Angelisa are honestly playing a lot of these fights really well. Honestly, credit to all of these members that are just playing these fights really, really well. And I can't help but to say, but
gotta be careful still.
Okay, hold on.
Cotton Gaze gonna go very deep as here comes the ult, as it looks like Kratos might slowly go down, but Cliff Horse will be the first one to go down, as New York Tech will be kind of flanked by the entire Farmingdale squad. And
their base.
Yeah. Oh, their base though. Okay.
Mograth's teleporting in, or no, that's Hecti teleporting in.
Yeah, Hecti's teleporting in, and he's not going to QSS out, but it is going to be a Justice Punch coming in.
He might actually fall here.
Yeah, he falls. And Aggressive collects
no.
1k gold shutdown. So not only are Farmingdale able to keep both the inhibitor towers alive, they keep their members alive. They collect a 1k gold shutdown. Yes, it's onto the support. Who really cares at this point? They're able to stop the Soul from going over to the Cybears, even if it's just for another 5 minutes. That was.
Hecti is down for this Baron coming up in 15 seconds.
Yeah, NYT. I mean, you had this in the bag. All you had to do here was just 5v5 fight for it. Yeah, I mean, listen. Off the back of a great team fight victory off Shatter, we keep talking about how look at his items. I mean, off alone, we were waiting on him to complete the LDR. He's got that.
Oh, he's online now.
Yeah, I mean, he's got late game Jinx. We've got late game Corki. Like, your win condition is online for Farmingdale. So, yeah, they got to deal with these super minions pushing in, but they got so much wave clear that they're not going to care too much. Baron is up, so if they really need to, they definitely can go for it. Mograth's just got to go bot lane right now and hard shove while the rest of his team tries to deal with Baron. He should not be grouping right now.
Farmingdale still have 3 of their inhibs down, though, so double super waves are stacked throughout each lane right now, so they do have to mind that. NYT can dance around this Baron, and that's what it looks like they're going to opt to do. They don't want to start it too haphazardly, because Mograth, you could see him, he's pathing towards the bot lane right now, and that bottom tier Nexus tower is less than half HP, so it'll go down fast. And Farmingdale recognizes this, they're going to reset and maybe look, but NYT ping the Baron.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of only have one option if you're Farmingdale here, and unfortunately, it's kind of like if you really want to go for the Baron, then let J-Real try to steal it. But I don't even think that's what you got to do. I mean, Teemo's just going to do his best here to stop Mograth, but
Yeah.
if he gets locked into a bad 1v1 and he dies here to Mograth takes the base so unbelievably quickly. He's
No
actually
doubt.
opt to go for a retake the inhibitor. Listen, like NYT is playing this slow and they're doing a great job at it. They know like
That's gonna be first
Farmingdale has to
Nexus turret
respond.
down.
Yeah.
As
first
here
Nexus-
comes J-Real, is gonna go directly in. Here comes the Galio ult, but will Cliff Horse is gonna be able to pull in Shatter, but Shatter is gonna be pop the QSS. They're gonna be able to stun him. You only have one QSS, Shatter. Will you be able to gather this? No, you will not. As New York Tech is just gonna run this one directly down. We don't need the Baron, they said. As Mograth, it was just hey guys, you guys are in this game too? Oh, that's cool. That's awesome. As the Bagools will make the 10-meter jump to to best Teemo, as the ult will be popped through, trying to slow down these waves just a little bit, but the Bagools will still make their jump, so will Angeritsu, as Hot and Gate's gonna have to get out of this. They shouldn't push this one too far, but they already have minions coming up in the top lane as New York Tech showing a little bit of life in game number 3 and are able to take game number 3, bringing the series to 1-2.
Yeah, we got ourselves a series, ladies and gentlemen. NYT are not ready to go quietly into that good night. They fire back on all cylinders. Much better draft this time around. I would like to see maybe a little bit more carry potential out of either Cliff Horse or Hecty. Don't pick the duel again. But overall, you gave your carries of this team a route to bring you to a game 4, and that is exactly what they did. So all around, round of applause to this team for actually bringing it back.
Yeah, huge plus to them. Just so much raw damage coming out. Despite despite the whole layering suppressions with the QSSs and everything, they were able to find that one team fight around the bot side. What was it? The bot side Dragon Pit, and then just played objectives so much better. Really dancing around, letting Mograth split into the base, just setting up the base, and Farmingdale really had no answer for this Yorick. I mean, Ornn can only do so much, so really an rough game for the side of Farmingdale, but they're still up in the series 2-1. We're gonna take a quick break, and when we come back, game number 4 is on the table. NYT showing some signs of life. We'll catch you on the flip side. See you next game.
Hey, quick question. If you're watching the stream, when's the last time you got up from your chair? When's the last time you drank water? Huh? So go do that. I'm gonna play some non-copyright house music, and then we're just go vibe or something. I don't know, man. I'll see you in a bit.
Your hourly reminder to hydrate.
This is your early reminder to go hydrate now. See you guys later.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to game number 4 of these ECC Esports Finals. League of Legends, NYT just crested the victory and pushed us to a game number 4, denying Farmingdale the championship in that last game. Duran, how are you feeling after that one? A much more convincing showing from NYT there.
Yeah, yeah, I'm unmuted this time.
Yeah, all
yeah,
right.
it's definitely a better showing 100%, but it seems to be a habit amongst all my teams is that they have to every time it's a championship they have to give me some kind of heart attack, and and this seems right on that path of New York Tech is we're doing pretty well, and then a team fight happens. They're like, oh no, let's just run it back again. Okay, we'll get him another time. Oh, he has a QSS, layer another CS on the CC on that person. Like New York Tech doing really well, finally putting some carries up on Mograth and Hecty, regardless of Mograth still pulling 3 bans per game.
Yep.
Automatically. So it's really interesting every single time to see how the team adjusts. But I'm very happy to see that performance, and we'll be able to push it to game 5 this game.
Yeah, I mean,
Tom hit on it. Go for it.
I'm super interested right here to see exactly how these teams kind of square everything up for the draft, because like Duran just said, 3 carry bans just went out every single game against Mograth, and we're still finding him, dig deeper into this pool. And we're saying, okay, well, he's got to dig deeper in that pool, kind of insinuating like, is he really going to have the same kind of carry effect as he would, on one of these other picks? And the answer is yes. I honestly think that macro-wise, he didn't play that pick to its full potential, and yet he basically just kind of won them the game in the pressure, right? Like, he kind of understood at one point, like, all right, listen, like, I can now just straight up split push. I can just be a thorn in the side of Farmingdale, and they basically won off of that macro pressure. So I'm curious to see if they kind of make any adjustments on Farmingdale's side to deal with something like that. But instead, they're actually going to opt to just ban out the Skarner. They said, Cliff Horse, you have paid 3 games of it now. I'm tired of seeing you on it. They banned the Skarner, and they're actually going to take the Hecarim. I love this from Farmingdale because Skarner is such a good pick into Hecarim. So they're saying, you know what? We're going to take Skarner off as our last ban. And if you do not ban Hecarim, then now we have a super powerful jungler, best jungler on the patch, and you do not have a super strong answer for it. From what we've seen so far, right?
Yeah, totally agreed. They opt to the Galio ban, picking up the Hecarim, and now over to NYT. They're on red side. They go for Leona and hover Sedge, and they take Sedge.
That's a lot of CC. That's just a lot. That's a lot of CC already on 2 people already. Not to mention Sejuani gives some buffs to her teammates as when she's in team fights with them. So this is gonna be. I haven't seen a Sejuani on Cliff Horse for a few matches, so hopefully he's still running well on that one, as they need to finish off this game, as the Teemo will be hovered.
Oh, and it's Teemo locked in for Farmingdale. Game 4, they're putting him back on his #1 pick. That's confidence right there. I don't know what is.
I think if there's any game to try it out, it's this one, obviously.
Agreed.
In a way, you still, not willingly, of course, but you still have 1 game to burn if you're Farmingdale. You obviously want to end it here, and that's why Teemo's out, and so is the Kai'Sa. Tom, we saw Shatter on Kai'Sa last week against Malloy, pulling with a pentakill on it. It's one of his champions now that is in his arsenal, and comfortable at that.
Yeah, absolutely. I really like this draft from Farmingdale so far. I'm not 100% sure if I would have picked Teemo this early. If anything, maybe it kind of just allows you to soak up another ban for phase 2. But they're kind of looking at it and saying, you know what? Like, it's game 4 right now. We got to close the series out. Like, we're going to trust our top laner and say, listen, like, we're giving you your pick that you are so unbelievably comfortable with. And they ban out 2 massive counter picks against it in the Mordekaiser and the Aatrox. So overall, just good drafting so far. I definitely like it. So we're going to see Galio, Zilean taken off the table from NYT. Galio was phase 1. Zilean will start for phase 2. Farmingdale get a chance to counter here. I would not be remotely surprised.
Yep, there it goes.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, just taking all the carries off. I'm not going to be remotely surprised to see Camille come out here as well.
I think another one, yeah.
Oh.
No, really? Okay. interesting. So
Yeah, a little bit spicy here.
gonna be surprised if they don't pick Camille almost immediately here because it synergizes so unbelievably well with that Sejuani, right? I mean,
Oh,
they're actually just
Ooh.
gonna go for Wumbo and more combo, man. They're picking the Malphite straight up and saying you can't blind the rock that just ults on top of your face. So Mograth gonna be
oof.
piloting that Malphite in game number 4.
If I am NYT here, I don't know. I feel like it could kind of round out their draft very well, but I would love to see Hecty on a Yone here. I feel like it would work so well into this team.
I think I'm honestly obliged to agree with you 100%. I think that Yon could definitely be a huge pickup here, and we keep saying how we want these guys on carries. I'm definitely worried about the low DPS output right now already uh for NYT. Obviously, you got
Seems to
great
be
base
a
damages in
habit.
that Malphite and
A
Sedge.
habit
Yeah.
this series is
Play
low
for the late
damage.
game. That's how
Listen,
we do it.
they cleaned it last game, right? So a lot of these kind of picks are being taken off the table, but Aggressa is actually
Oh,
going to
Okay.
lock in the Silas. Hot and Gay is going to go ahead and take a lot of huge ultimates that he can steal here. Jinx
true.
probably being the worst one that he can steal so far, as Jinx Rocket does need good range in order to get that max DPS output,
But
but
the Malphite pull.
Malphite ult, Sejuani ult, Leona ult. So you're
There's
Farmingdale and
a
you're sitting here
arsenal.
saying we are a little bit low on engage. Well, guess what? You just
Oh,
picked the Silas.
Oh.
Okay. Kassadin
Whoa.
locked in for Hecty.
it's all in on New York Tech right now. It either works 100% and it works perfectly all over the board, or it does not. And New York Tech said we're going down. If we are going down this game, we're going down with a bang. We're taking the Kassadin, we are taking the Malphite, and we are going to start team fights on our terms, regardless if the Heck Room goes in or not. But you try to get to our Jinx, we're gonna stun you with our Leona, and then if this is another timer. It's like every single game there's like at least one or two champions with like I
Yeah,
like to call them timer champions, which is like
right.
you let the Nasus get too much. Oh well now
Yep.
he's like two-shotting your turrets. You let the Kale go too long. Well, now she's untouchable. You let the you let the Kassadin go for too long, and it's like, oh
Yep.
no, he's on top of me. I'm dead.
Yeah, quite literally. I
Oh wait,
mean,
this is a father versus daughter lore matchup right now. It's
Oh,
Kassadin
true, the
true.
versus
Kassadin Kai'Sa. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Oh, it's gonna be a spicy one here.
Yeah, this
And we
is
got
definitely
about
going to be
3
spicy.
minutes to talk about it.
Yeah, so I definitely want to say that my initial reaction is that the team fights go unbelievably heavy to the side of NYIT, right? I mean, you have triple tank that is just basically going to sit on top of your Jinx if need be, right? If that
Yeah.
hack room is going all in, like you have triple tank that can just easily apply peel for your hyper damage or hyper carry in the back line. Hecty, we've seen this guy on Caston before. He is so unbelievably good at finding these creative flanks and just decimating the enemy backline with it. Teemo cannot blind a Kassadin as there is basically no auto attacks that come out of that kit. Overall, like this is good for the side of NYT. I think that
Yep.
they did really well in this draft. I think that Farmingdale have a lot of really great answers with it. We'll see what Shatter is able to do on this Kai'Sa, but when you're one of the shortest ranged ADs in the game going up against a Malphite, a Sejuani, and Liliana, that's scary. And a Jinx too, you know, if he gets on top of Jinx, okay, you win, but
Yeah.
I mean, you know, Jinx just outranges him so hard with these rockets early game, so definitely a scary thing to go up against for Farmingdale. I'll say that they got a bit of a mountain to climb, but listen, like in that Malloy game, we saw Teemo playing his signature pick and did pretty darn well on it. It did really, really good with objective control, so I'm curious to see how it shapes up for him in game number 4 here.
You know something, Tom? If we remember correctly, and the Farmingdale guys in the chat remember correctly, when Teemo and Kai'Sa are in a game on the side of Farmingdale, Shatter ended up getting a penta last time. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens here in game number 4. Again, Farmingdale at match point. NYT trying to push for a game 5. And at that point, we're queuing up the Silver Scrapes. So I agree with you, Tom, though. I think NYT has a very, very good draft here. And just a very good arsenal of tools. And to be honest, if I'm a Farmingdale fan, I'm worried with Hot and Gay. I really haven't seen him play the Silas a lot, if at all.
Yeah, so back when I was with this team, coaching for these guys, Silas was one of our better flex picks. As back in those days, you could pilot it into the jungle as well. So J-Real and Hot and Gay would switch off a lot on who's piloting that Silas. Both of those guys were absolutely insane on the pick. Being the fact that it is kind of coming back into meta now as a huge answer into something like the Malphite, and I mean,
Yeah.
they kind of picked two other champions that it goes great into as well. I'm not too worried. It probably, I don't know how long it's been since he's actually played the pick, but
That's my question.
it'll definitely be interesting to say the least, because if he has a good performance here, I mean, as we saw in that Malloy series, right? I mean, Silas can absolutely be one of those champions that just can solo take over a game and just cause such a headache for the opposition.
No doubt. Duran, any last minute thoughts going into this game?
All I'm saying is that New York Tech needs to play these team fights almost perfectly, because if anybody
Agreed.
gets away from them, it's
Totally
it's
agree.
gonna be a bad time for them. As we're gonna do our normal waiting for the things to come in, and favorite skin, everyone.
I, for some reason, really like Freljord Silas. I think the splash art is actually just super, super cool. I don't even think the in-game skin is like that crazy compared to normal Silas, but I really like it, so that's my answer.
I am a massive fan of the Hextech Sejuani skin. I think it looks really cool.
Fair,
But
that's a good one.
I also love the Battle Academia Prestige
Yeah.
Leona as well. It's one of my favorites. Picking that up for myself too.
Also very, very fair.
I
Well,
I
lads,
kind of
these-
just like edgy Teemo. I'm
Teemo.
I'm a fan of characters with goggles, and I think the goggles Teemo with the it's just like very like I'm war torn. I've seen the other side kind of deal.
Dude, he's Spec Ops Teemo.
Yeah,
man. Can you
I
imagine
love
that
the
war
Omega
portal?
Behind
squad
enemy
skin line.
lines.
Yeah,
Yeah, man.
Literally behind enemy lines, as
He's like Rambo,
Teemo
if
is gonna
Rambo
have
was
to
like-
live up to their name right here.
Yeah, we'll have
Rambo
to
was a
see.
foot tall.
Look at the little goggles light up and everything. This is like there's some really well-made skins that don't really get enough credit for
Yeah.
how good they are. So,
Agreed.
oh man, this is gonna I'm gonna literally have a heart
Something-
attack these games, because these I'm gonna literally be biting my nails all over the place, as New
Yeah,
York Tech
something-
needs to pull this one together if they want to push this one to a game 5. And Farmingdale is looking to have the League of Legends trophy change hands for 3 years in a row. First year was New York Tech, second year was Damien, and they are looking to take it this year. And New York Tech trying to get back onto this one. So it looks like the deep ward is gonna come in and
Double invade though, 2v2.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Farmingdale just wins this outright with the Teemo damage, right? I mean, he's
a lot
already
of
started to
damage as
ignite down.
J-Real's
Yeah,
gonna
hold
go
on there.
low. As Teemo is just gonna get some poison damage in, as they're already sending multiple members. As that was
he's gonna
a
get
flash,
slammed up here,
early
maybe.
flash from Teemo. As Cliff Horse also had to expend their flash. So that's gonna be a little bit of engage off the table.
Ghost and Flash. Both of Teemo's summoners off the table now, and J-Real's Ghost down the drain. Cliff Horse losing his Flash, but still retains and is able to secure his buff for himself.
Yeah, that's a lot of the power coming out from any Sejuani pick with a melee matchup, right? Like, even though Teemo had Ignite there with good dot and J-Real had the helicopter that he could just kind of like keep swishing around. Yeah, the fact that, Mograth just got so many free autos off there, and Cliff Horse could just straight up throw the stuns out. Sejuani's early game base damages are off the charts insane.
True.
So that's basically how they really lost that 1v1. But Hot and Gay looks like he's gone for a bit of a trade here into the mid lane. Both these mid laners now getting chunked down to about 200-300 HP, and it's just harass coming out from every single lane here.
Yeah, the gloves are off on literally on both teams right now.
Yeah.
As I don't understand the purpose of you blinding a mountain, but if that's how it works, Teemo, that you are the Spec Ops master here, not me. As Mograth is gonna go very, very low, but he's gonna be popping that corruption.
This is gonna be rough here. Teemo's looking for it.
Yeah, Teemo
but
going
he's gonna
for
get
the engage, yeah.
As a pull, we're gonna see a gank coming out from the bottom lane, and that Seraphine ability is not gonna be able to connect. As Shatter needed to pop the flash there.
Yeah. Interesting Shatter ends up survive. He actually burns both summoners there. He burns the cleanse as well.
Okay.
I think. Not sure
Hey.
what Tom did to his microphone,
Hello.
but he's
Welcome
okay.
back.
He's back. We got
All
him.
right.
Yeah, I
We're good.
think either he
Apologies.
pulled the cable or something. But I saw you
Something like
talking.
that.
I was like, what is he? But
Not
no
sure what
audio.
we missed on my voice, but I'm really sorry to hear you guys had to go like a few seconds without it. It's rough.
No, but listen, a really good engage from NYIT, burning out both sums from Shatter. So, you know, if these guys can, you know, equalize out and then maybe Cliff Horse finds another angle to come back to this bot lane, that should be a pretty free kill onto Shatter. So it's kind of just at this point how they play around those down summoners. But J-Real is already lining up in the top, going to come in for a gank. No,
No,
he's not.
he's
He's
gonna go get the
actually just
Krugs.
gonna, yeah, he's just gonna take those. Gonna go for a different rock, wrong rock,
think-
buddy. But
I think Mograth kind of senses it out. He's probably thinking to himself right now that, you know, Teemo's trying to freeze the wave. Cliff Horse spots him out here. He's only at half HP, so Cliff Horse has to be a little bit careful.
He has to be a
here.
lot more
He really
careful. He's gonna go
does.
very, very
He-
low. J-Real's gonna be able to get that kill, and he's gonna be able to knock
Oh,
Mograth into the Teemo.
yeah, I think Cliff Horse thought that his top laner was just so much closer there to rotate with him, and I maybe thought he was a little bit tankier, but he just goes down 1v1 solo kill onto J-Real. So huge of him to pick that up. Gets most of that farm as well, and you know, not able to find Mograth on the back half of it, but Teemo does get some good poke out, so he's got really good pressure in this lane for himself right now.
yeah, we'll have to see. And, you know, something about this Silas pick in the mid lane is just, well, in general, is just the insane amount of healing that he gets off of that W. So if he looks to max that, which he is in fact doing, hitting level 5, putting a third point into it, Hot Engage is just going to be so difficult to take down in some of these team fights. But Cliff Horse is in bot lane.
Ooh, the flash is going to be committed, and they do not have a cleanse, but here comes a teleport, and they're going to have to get this and get out of there as quickly as possible, as Shatter will go low, and Kratos will be able to get that kill, as Hot Engage is going to be in the middle of a team fight, and they're going to see if they can get some more stuns down, but they will not, as Best Teemo and A is going to get into another fight with Mograth. I think he's going to die, and that's going to be a kill going up to the top lane, as we're going to have some Fs in chat there. Not a favorable matchup. This is the first time we're seeing Mograth so far on the back foot there versus the Teemo, and unfortunately, that's what happens when you literally pick the Mograth. They picked the Malphite into the Teemo.
Yeah, Teemo playing really, really well. We saw this same amount of pressure coming in from 1NM. 1NM, however, just opted to kind of sit under turret and kind of equalize out, but you know, maybe on this Malphite, it's so much harder to do. So Teemo just has so much pressure on this pick so far. You know, last game Mograth was the top lane win con, and this game it's Teemo. And yeah, trade going out into mid lane. Hecty's got level 6, so Hot and Gay does not. So Hecty's able to poke out Hot and Gay pretty hard. Corrupting Mod is going to keep him topped off fairly healthy, but look at Shatter's sums. I mean, they're coming back up. I believe when he died, his cleanse was down for maybe like 5 more seconds or something. So NYIT definitely played around that timer really, really well and able to punish Shatter like we had said before. And yeah, first Drake does go over to them at about 6 minutes in. So second Drake is going to be Infernal. That's coming back up in about 4.5 minutes now. But
J-Real is behind him, though. They're looking at Hecty here.
Ooh, he's gonna jump directly into that ult, and unfortunately the that's gonna be a very bad misclick coming out from Hot and Gate. That would have been a good they would have easily gotten that kill if that connected. But
yeah,
unfortunately, it wasn't able to.
Not land. Hecty does have to burn the flash though, so they can try again for another one of these. J-Real was not even level 6, so he can kind of repeat gank the same idea as onto Shatter, right? I mean, flash is down, and at level 6, yeah, you do have that Rift Walk. But as you can see on your screen, it's charging back up. If you can layer CC well enough, it's not like a level 16 where it's up every 1 second or so. It's you have a few seconds of a grace window to kind of punish it. So definitely expecting Farmingdale to go back towards that lane really, really soon, especially now that J-Real does have the Onslaught of Shadows. But we're gonna have to see exactly how they want to play around that one.
Yeah, CS just kind of evened out aside from top lane. Teemo naturally about a 20 CS lead. It's just so hard to CS into the Teemo with that blind always coming out, and it's just so oppressive.
Unfortunate, yeah. Thankfully,
he's got a
thankfully he is
two-level lead
Malphite
right now,
though.
or one
I
level.
mean, I'm trying to think like what's like at the end of the day, like it doesn't matter how far back a Malphite is, like he could still just
True.
click R on your team, and if it's good enough, it's something. But still, I mean, best Team Monet has got his number for this game. Finally getting some revenge CS.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Teemo's definitely doing a good job, but like you said, you know, that Malphite does find a good, you know, however many man ult. It doesn't really matter how much farm he's down. It's CC and it's engaged for your team
Game's
at
got
the
to
end
be
of the
careful
day,
here.
so. Yeah, he's definitely got to respect some of that DBS coming out from Hecty. He gets chunked down to about half HP, but once again, not much can be found. J-Real's actually sitting in this bush now. Hecty does not know that he's here. He shouldn't, so I think Hottengate just trying to bait in.
Oh no, Cliff Horse is on his way down. As the root will get onto Leona. She's just gonna.
Yeah, they'll spot out Cliff Horse, and Teemo now knows that he is good to continue shoving. And look at the plates. I mean, he's already got plate number 4 down to about half HP. So not only does he have a pretty good CS lead. Oh, plate number 4 is actually down.
Yeah.
He's already working on plate number 3. So Teemo just putting out a massive gold lead for himself in this top lane. J-Real's just at this point got to kind of keep the CS up, or obviously it's not the CS, the warding up. Make sure that Teemo has all the ability that he needs to make sure that Cliff Horse is not going to find any creative ganks to get on top of him.
If I'm Farmingdale here, I want to try and opt for the Rift Herald and just get that right into Teemo's pocket and see if he can secure the first tower gold and all the plate gold for himself. That's in the ideal scenario.
Ooh.
Whether NYT lets that happen or not, that's the question.
I'm loving this brawl that's happening here in the mid lane. This is just like, hey, just leave us alone, and Hecty's perfectly happy with just kind of just oh wait, 69 CS. Nice. Nice. Won't be nice for another few seconds. Oh, actually no, he went back, so he's gonna keep the nice streak open for just a little while. Nice. For just a little while longer, as I mean, New York Tech is down 1k gold right now, but that's not as significant. It's significant, but not as significant as we would have wanted, as they would have wanted it to be.
We have something in the top lane that's very interesting. Teemo just secured his demonic embrace.
Interesting.
This early into the game, 11 minutes in. So not opting for, well, rather, I believe that's a legendary item.
That is a legendary, so he can still go for something like the Leandries. He can still go for his
Leandries, yeah. And I guess he's waiting to see how the NYT squad will try to build against him.
Right.
And probably wait for that. But he picked up the Dark Seal, has 2 stacks on that, and he's almost 26, 27 CS up over Mograth at the moment. So Mograth's just going to try and, you know, buckle up for a ride. I mean, he's just going to try and look for ults in the team fights.
Hecty's got to be careful, because here comes J-Real. And
yeah, J-Real opts to not.
Oh my god, if he would have committed to that, that would have been a lot of damage from the Jinx.
Herald top, there it is. All the gold to Teemo again.
As New York Tech is going to be able to secure their second dragon of the game. New York
We're
Tech
going to an
slipping, still slipping on his around 2.5k gold right now.
Yeah, so that is a really good Drake for this squad to pick up for themselves if they can. The amount of burning and dot that that Teemo is going to be able to put out, the Ocean Soul will definitely keep them, you know, nice and topped off, or at least, you know, not down all the way into the depths of blinking red health bars. So not a bad soul to get it all if you are against this squad, especially with a 2-in-1 Teemo that is about 40 CS above the opposition. But in the mid lane, I mean, Hot and Gay definitely falling a little bit behind in CS as well, right? He blind picked that Silas, I believe, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
And got counterpicked with the Kassadin, so definitely having a bit of a rough time. You know, kind of hard for Silas to play into something like the Kassadin.
Teemo's in mid though.
Yeah, Teemo's
Look at
just
this,
chilling
and this is
here in the
something
mid.
that he loves to do.
Oh yeah.
Just kind of wait, but looking at the total gold accumulated thus far, I mean, Teemo has almost 2k gold right now above Mograth, and just under 2k
Gotta be careful.
above Hecty right now. So just so much gold funneled into this Teemo at the moment. He's got his Sork shoes, again the Demonic Embrace, and eager to see where he goes with this Sapphire Crystal.
Yeah, I think Timo took a bit of time there to just see if he could find something. Hot and Gay not able to find the bait to get Hecty to bite and come all in, but
Timo's here.
yeah, Timo is here. He looks like he's just going straight in on towards him, but not going to be able to find too much else. It's just going to be about a third of his HP gone, and they're going to probably get this lane shoved in and maybe try to get themselves a few plates while they're at it.
New York Tech, we got to start buying those scrying orbs soon.
Oh, they're doing a lane swap straight up. So it looks like Hot and Gay is actually on his way to top lane to try to punish Mograth here a little bit. J-Real going down on towards him right now, trying to get a little bit of damage out, but
holds the
Mograth
ult
with the speed. Yeah.
And even with that early death from Shatter, he's still 20 CS up in the bot lane, which is just... That shouldn't be able to happen in this lane, to be honest, after being put behind.
Yeah, it's definitely a good job from him to keep those CS numbers up nice and high. Again, it's going to be such a hard game for him to play anyway, so any little bit of farm is just going to help so much. But actually, a flash lord on sword. Yeah, Gressa has to get the ult out. Shatter has to burn cleanse and flash.
And here comes the ult.
Really good
the teleport.
Kratos.
Will Kratos be able to get out of that? Will clip for it? Yeah, everybody's going to get out of this one unscathed.
Everybody teleports by.
Everybody teleports, by the way.
Double teleport coming out bot lane. All sums blown for Shatter. All sums blown for Kratos.
Ooh, the ult. As here comes Hecty and the rest of the New York Tech squad, and they're trying to get some revenge kills in. Will Timo be able to get out of this?
Timo gets out! No way! And now J-Real's in the mid lane with an onslaught of shadows. They're going to pick up Cliff Horse, and Mograth
the rocket
right on top. Oh!
The rocket got Timo.
Timo gets taken out.
Oof.
Okay, so that was an interesting fight. J-Real has an unbelievable onslaught of shadows and finds two. Hecty just able to get himself out of that, but Mograth even stepping onto the shroom puts him into kill range, and they do find him as well. So overall, 2 for 1, but that lucky for the I shouldn't say lucky, I should say very good for Manjariso. Good heads up from him to recognize that Timo's likely backing right under the tower, and he's able to find that cross map Jinx rocket right onto him. So really good from NYT to even that out a little bit, but overall strong fight.
Ooh, Hot and Gay.
But it's not done just yet. Yeah, Hecty could go right onto Hot and Gay. He's got the ult, so he should be safe. He's going to be able to walk himself right out of that, but could have gone wrong real quick for him.
Yeah, we got this Ocean Soul, Dragon number 3 for NYT in about 40 seconds, and with an Ocean Soul on the table, Farmingdale really don't want to let that go over to them. So expect a fight here, and Timo's pathing now about 30 seconds out to try and set up that vision.
Mograth has his teleport as well, so
yep.
This could be very, very explosive.
This could be the fight that decides.
Oh, he's going to go directly into a shroom.
Yeah, right onto the shroom, and he falls. Beautifully played from Hot and Gay, recognizing that shroom is right there. But the onslaught of shadows right into another shroom. These placements for Farmingdale are absolutely perfect. And J-Real is able to pick up yet another kill for his team. The rocket does hit. J-Real gets dropped to about 100 HP.
Oof,
he's going to be able to sustain right through it, though. But with 2 dead, the jungle mid from NYT, they have no choice but to just give this Drake. Farmingdale have earned themselves the first Drake of their game.
Yeah, and with that, it's about a 4.5K gold lead in favor of the Rams, and threatening here. Big kills coming across for Hecarim and the Silas, sitting pretty 3-0-1, 2-0-2. So the gold on Farmingdale right where you want it, but NYT is definitely not out of this game yet.
Yeah, absolutely. So really good, little bit of more gold going into Shatter's pocket. He's 0-1-0 and has a 150 gold shutdown. That is a testament to the amount of gold from that tower that he just got, and the fact that he's about 30 CS up on his opposition, who is 1-0-1. So gold just going really far into the favor of Farmingdale right now. It's about 17 minutes in, and they've gotten themselves about a 6K gold lead, a little bit less than that. 5.5K roughly.
Yeah, the sweepers coming out for the jungler and the support of NYT. I would actually, it's hard to argue if you want another sweeper for Cass, but it's just so hard to like face check into the river in the jungle of
Or anywhere.
Farmingdale here. Yeah, really, with just the threat of the shrooms that'll do half your HP. So,
Yeah, I mean,
Farmingdale opting for the Rift Herald here.
we saw that exactly, right, in the Malloy game. This is exactly how they played that pick, and it worked out perfectly. I mean, this is not a pick. We brought up the point against Malloy that even though that they have great players, and same obviously goes for NYT, right, this is not a pick that you are clearly accustomed to going against. I mean, in all of their scrims and all of their matches in the last year, how many times do you think they went up against a Teemo? Probably zero times. So it's not a pick that you really practice for, and it's pressure in a situation like that where they are first on scene and Teemo can just get his shrooms set up. I mean, Farmingdale are playing really, really well around it, and it's shown that they have really put good practice into actually utilizing this non-meta pick in a really strong way.
Ooh. The double Everfrost.
The Everfrost handshake means both guys will just walk away and say, all right, fair enough. Good stuff. Well played.
And Shatter looking to steal away the blue buff for himself. Deny that from Hecty, deny that from NYT. And just again, you can't really walk. You don't know what's covered with a shroom and you don't know what is. So NYT just kind of trying to farm up and poise for a late game scale, but it's so tough here.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Hecty is gonna go low, but here comes Hot and Gay. Will they be able to pull out of this?
Yeah.
They will, as the the flash is gonna be able to come in. Will Hecty go down? No, he will not. And that's gonna be a shutdown going on to Hecty. And here comes the onslaught of shadows as Farmingdale able to pull that kill back. But that's gonna be shutdown gold. That's 150 gold going over to Hecty. It's not a lot, but it's something.
Yeah, I mean, when you have a hyper-scaling mid laner like Kassadin, you take those. You know,
Kratos.
that's one of those plays where that's just, you take those, 100%. A kill goes on to the Kassadin, even a small one, a shutdown kill goes on to the Kassadin versus a kill goes on to the Hecarim. Yeah, you definitely take those. That was almost really, really well played from Hot and Gay. In a 2v1 scenario, able to flash out of the way from Cliff Horse's ult there. Almost able to turn it back down on towards them, but not able to, just so close.
Yeah, close enough. J-Real sitting pretty though, 401, 550 gold shutdown, and 162 farm. This Hecarim is massive right now.
Yeah, and look at the fact that, like, we're talking about pressure from the shrooms, like, the fact that NYT have to actually blow these sweepers and clear out, like, relatively ineffective areas of their jungle. Because, like,
Baron.
they're not doing it for wards yet. Okay, so I'm going to stop right there because Farmingdale have started up the Baron and they have no clue. I mean, they're not even remotely moving towards this. Cliff Horse is maybe slowly but surely making his way over there, but again, like, he just used the sweeper, so he can't really clear out any wards. He doesn't know where anybody from Farmingdale is. Yeah, they have no idea, and this Baron is just going down. That is Baron at 21 minutes. Farmingdale right from under the noses of the Cybears take Baron for themselves.
Yeah, commanding position right now for the Rams. Up roughly about 5k gold, a little bit more. The second Ocean Drag coming up. Most likely to split it. And Farmingdale's in a very solid spot here as they look to push down this mid lane.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at this point, all they really got to do is kind of just bring these Baroned up cannon minions in and just kind of let them do the work for them. Hot and Gay is going to be in this top lane, just making sure, you know, all three of these lanes will likely be buffed. Teemo just sitting invisible, waiting for somebody to misstep, and he's just going to go right for him. So we'll see if he's able to find something for himself. But yeah, I mean, all of these lanes from Farmingdale, mid tower tier 2 falls, top tower tier 2 falls, bottom tier 2
falls.
And the Dragon's up too. But they opt to keep going, perhaps.
Yeah, it looked like Shatter was like moving towards it and like, hey guys, we can just go get this real quick. And it kind of looks like J-Real and him were kind of on different pages on what they wanted to prioritize. But, you know, with the remaining members of NYT here, yeah, it looks like they'll just say, okay, you know what, we're just going to go get this. And
look at this play.
No
like,
problem.
oh, it's so obnoxious. Just, like, if Anjirisu walks forward here by himself, Teemo, that's exactly what he's waiting for. Just the blind dart, if not forcing sums. A kill is probably going into his belt. He's got Demonic Embrace, and he's sitting on so much gold right now. He's actually sitting on 2k. So Teemo's expecting a big back here, but doesn't want to back because of the Baron pressure.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I kind of feel like, you know, their Baron is going to last for about another 30 seconds to a minute. I can't remember the exact timer on it, but, I mean, you got it for only, like, a little while longer. It's not like NYT can really, you know, if you reset right now, it's not like they can really push out and get anything, considering they are so far shoved back, but it looks like they're going to go for their resets now and instead say, you know, we're kind of just wasting time here. Let's just get our resets and look for the next play around the map. That Drake does end up going down towards Farmingdale, so 4 minutes next for their next Drake, and both teams are stacked 2 and 2, but Farmingdale with a nice, solid roundabout of about an 8K gold lead for themselves at 24 minutes into this game.
Yeah, just about. Just passing the 24-minute mark, and Farmingdale creeping up on a 10K gold lead. Just barely. So lots of gold in all the right places for Farmingdale. Leandri's picked up by Teemo. Collector finished for Shatter. All these key items are now coming online for Farmingdale, and NYT is just trying to scavenge what they can and scavenge gold in any lane that they can at the moment, because they're down, but they're definitely not out. So we'll see. They just got to make one play.
I think what New York Tech is waiting for is just one really good team fight, but Farmingdale's just not going to give it to them.
Yep.
They know that the moment that it's a 5v5, it's gonna be very, very complicated for Farmingdale, as Hot and Gay is gonna get into a 1v1 and make that a 2v1, as will not pop the flash just yet. And New York Tech barely holding on right now, as they're gonna start pushing down the bottom lane. Still gotta be careful about where you're going.
Yeah,
Ooh, very close to that explosion. Here comes that. That's exactly what we were looking for, and they would have probably hoped for something like that a little bit sooner, as Shatter will not be able to survive this. That's gonna be shutdown kill onto the Malphite.
Yeah, really good engage there from Mograth, catching out both members of the bottom lane from Farmingdale. They're able to take them down also, so not only is a little bit of shutdown gold going to go over to them. Yeah, Teemo just kind of lying in wait.
I'm telling you, with the Spec Ops 2, it's even more terrifying.
It works out.
It works, yeah, it makes sense. Hot and Gay playing the side lane really, really well. The NYT keep rotating up so many members to him, but he's just catching them on really good vision every single time and making sure not to get caught out, so... You know, even with the double catch on bot lane, yeah, they're clearing it out now, but
do they know?
Is Teemo gonna look for anything?
How could they know?
Can't really look for it. Yeah, they don't. I think he's got to just kind of stay still here.
The sweeper dissipates just before.
Teemo,
behind enemy line, quite literally.
Okay, and Jirisu is still playing this very, very safe. Not gonna move up too much.
As
best Teemo in A with the greatest amount of trigger. Oh my God, just barely missing everything.
I've never seen trigger discipline in League of Legends.
Right here.
This is the
I've never seen this kind of trigger discipline in League of Legends.
This is blowing my mind. Insane. They know, they know where that person is, and the Teemo is right there. This is, oh my God, so much respect right now.
Yeah.
He has a knife and a dream.
Farmingdale has to just bait them out a little bit farther. Like, if they drop Jirisu, like, that's probably a team fight victory for them. That's like 50% of their damage.
Might be the game, to be honest, if they get him.
They put another ward over the wall, so they know that J Real is. Oh, they finally saw him, and Teemo will throw the ballistic knife.
Gives up on the long con and not able to find the pick he was looking for.
Just not even moving the rest of the game, just sitting there.
He actually DC'd 3 minutes ago.
He actually, it's like playing Yumi. He's just like, I'm DCing.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically what that champ is for, right?
Yeah.
Rams look to poise towards Baron, and NYT look like they're going to try and do something, but there's
explosion.
a shroom.
Oh, yeah, Charm right down onto Cliff Horse. That means Shatter can jump in now. He's able to pick up that kill, and J-Real from over the wall is able to pick up the return onto Kratos as well. 2 members of NYT go down. The Baron is going to go over to the Rams. And Drake is coming up too here, so they're probably going to be able to kind of do what NYT were able to do to him last game and just kind of take every single objective that's on the map for free.
They're doing this pretty slow, though.
Yeah, they do it slow, but there's really no contest, especially now that Andrew blew Jinx Rocket, so that was actually really good timing. I mean, if there were 4 members there, he might actually get that, so not bad timing there for him at all, but because they were doing it so slow, it hit it when it was at like 6K, so really nothing that they're going to have to worry about. Is Teemo going to go back into Spec Ops mode? He might.
Probably will.
Probably will.
I just love he throws like a knife at you and it's like, ow.
It's terrifying, right?
It's actually, this is the most terrifying skin in the entire... The Devil Teemo has nothing on Spec Ops Teemo.
No, it doesn't. It for sure doesn't. This is for sure really a
and a little helicopter comes
skin.
in and takes him away. Come on.
Yeah, man, he's getting extracted.
It's like SEAL Team 6, man.
Yeah. Escape from Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, pretty much. And now Farmingdale with the 3rd dragon under their belt. Shatter secures red for himself. 3 ocean drags on the side. Now it's Soul Point. And Baron, they're going to poise to probably start splitting this up and
finish this one off.
Poising for the end, yeah. That's
So
what they're going to try.
Here's the hope for NYT. We were talking before about the timer champs that Durant was calling it, right? Hecty is level 15 on this Gaston. He's got 2 items. We all seen what that champion can do with such a low amount of items. Like, he gets to 16 and he's an absolute beast. His stat scaling is just off the chart. So, yeah, Farmingdale have a super huge advantage right here and right now. But one little misstep and Hecty is going to be a menace for this team that they are just going to have such a hard time dealing with. So, yeah, I mean, Farmingdale can absolutely posture for a strong Baron power play right here, right now. But they got to be careful to not make any bad missteps.
Yeah, and I think, like you said, Tom, it's the 5v5 threat still poised on the side of NYT. Like, you're still into a Malphite, Sejuani, Leona, Jinx.
Yeah.
Like, it's such a wombo-y team that you really have to be careful and you really have to pick it apart, which they're kind of doing. Shatter poising towards this bot lane. He's going to look to push in the wave on the bot side. Teemo's up top. And J-Real and
Teemo went for the Leandri, so it's going to be some extra damage over time.
Yeah, especially with that Void Staff as well, and the raw magic pen coming from the Sork shoes. Just so much damage coming from Teemo. He's sitting at level 17 at the moment.
Yeah, nice root onto Hector from Hot and Gay, but not much is going to be there to follow. They're just going to sit here and just let this cannon do most of the work for them. I mean, it's going to slowly but surely get down onto him, and you know, if he even tries to step up, I mean, Teemo is here ready and waiting to just one-shot this Jinx. So tower does go down. Teemo's going to use the shrooms just to get a little bit more poke down onto the tanks.
Oh, he can
get
really
a little bit
throw
of
those
pressure
things
for
at
his
level
team.
16, huh?
Yeah, he can just yeet those guys. He turns into a little bit of a Tom Brady kind of guy. If Tom Brady was 1 foot tall and had glow-in-the-dark goggles and a throwing knife,
And the throw.
probably flatten the balls.
Okay, here's gonna be the ult right through, and will this be the end? As New York Tech will be taking multiple casualties in this team fight, but they're trying to salvage back something as Hecty is level 16, trying to get something on this. As Hot and Gay's gonna go in deep. New York Tech is gonna lose 2. Will be able to find will Farmingdale be able to find anything else? Cliphorse is gonna go in deep. Shatter be able to get 1. Will he be able to get anything? No, he will not. As Hecty still alive. We'll be able to do something insane here because this is all they're gonna. This is their last chance. New York Tech will be able to find anything on this. Is Hecty will be going down. Will be going low. Will he be able to go down?
Kratos goes down.
And I think that's it, because it just froze on my screen.
Freeze!
Does it always do this to us? All right, I'm calling it right here. Farmingdale win.
Farmingdale wins.
Farmingdale State College back-to-back ECC, now the 2021 spring semester champions, take down NYT in a 3-1 game series.
I'm
What
just
even
gonna,
just
I'm
happened, man?
I'm
Like,
just,
holy cow.
why does it freeze here?
What an
Good
amazing
Legends Klein,
freeze.
everybody. Go at Riot Games.
And
I'm
that's
just
gonna.
rewinding it a little bit on my end to see if I can get something, but I think it's gonna freeze regardless.
Nope.
I am going to try to go
yeah,
back
no,
to myself.
No, it froze on my screen too. Even if you jump back, it's still there. I got the message from Shatter. Farmingdale has taken the game formally.
Wait, I just think I just got it. Wait.
Oh,
They at least are owed this, because as ECC champions, they deserve this win. And if it freezes up again, I'm actually gonna be angry, and it's gonna freeze up with like a half out. No, I'm done. No, I'm done. Give it to
I
Farmingdale.
think it freezes
Come,
right
give it
there.
to Farmingdale.
Yeah.
And
Unlucky that it's the last play of the game, but it is over now. Farmingdale State College are able to secure the win. It is 3-1 in the game series. What an absolute banger of a finals. I mean, NYIT for sure was looking like the best team in the league. We said at the start of the cast, 17-1 on the total season record. They only dropped one game, and it was against Damon in the semi-finals. Had a perfect season, but we said at the start, Farmingdale just looking better and better and better. Timo finally unlocking himself, right? That Timo pick now 2 for 0 on it, having an unreal game on it. Everybody from Farmingdale, I feel like, just stepped up huge in this series. Their team play was way more coordinated. Their individual mechanical play, everything. This team just looked like by far the better team, and honestly, GG's to NYIT, but congratulations to Farmingdale for taking this win.
And for the third year in a row, the championship trophy will move from one school to another once again, as Farmingdale able to take the trophy away from last year. I think Damien was able to take it. Correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Correct.
You got-
Okay, this is third year ECC. As New York Tech will fall at the end. Both teams still getting a seed into the Collegiate League of Legends tournament, but Farmingdale is going to take their first championship for League of Legends and will take it back to Farmingdale, Long Island. We're going to be getting an interview up in just a bit, ladies and gentlemen, as we're going to be waiting for an interview. Correct?
Yep. Yeah, I got Shatter the message. I don't know if he's seen it yet because he's on Do Not Disturb, but we're going to be talking to Shatter. We'll take a quick break while we let him in here. And then, oh, he's in. Never mind, but I'm not seeing him.
Waiting for him to join the server,
Let
and
me
I'll just
get
drag
him
him
in
in.
the server. Yeah. There he is. He's in.
There he is. Okay.
All you. And let me drag him in. I don't have permission.
I got him.
It's all
I got him.
Duran. Shane Shatter Gordon, congrats, my man. ECC Champions 2021. How are you feeling, my guy?
I'm buzzing, dude. I'm so excited. I don't even know how to explain it. It's inexplainable. Last season, playing for the team, they really carried me through this last game. Timo, especially, and Jay, actually pulling my dead weight across the finish line to give me the win, and it feels so good. I'm so proud of my team. They played so well under such pressure, and they came through for us, and I'm really proud of the team.
Okay, move the camera.
Totally.
Yeah, man,
Yes.
listen, I gotta ask, dude, because you, through playoffs, just played such an absolutely
Without a doubt.
incredible... Yeah, I mean, you
It's a new
just played
level.
such an incredible set of games, and you say that in this last game that they carried your dead weight across the finish line, but I mean, in the rest of this series, and in the Malloy series, I mean, you had stepped up to be such an absolutely insane member for this team when that really had never been through or your guys' plan, right? You guys have always been the team that plays through jungle mid. What changed in this team environment that allowed you guys to kind of unlock your bot lane?
Honestly, I'm not sure what exactly changed. I know we took practice a lot more serious, and me and Aggresso played a lot more, and that allowed us to 2v2 better. I think that even though we're both around platinum level, I constantly get us scrims against teams that are high diamond, and that helped us in our 2v2 a lot. So even in games where me and Lindsay or me and Aggressor were outmatched or outdrafted, we still somehow do really well and are able to play pretty efficiently. So that's a shout out to Lindsay for definitely stepping up. Seraphine also insane the past couple games.
Yeah, huge Seraphine.
Yeah,
the
absolutely.
last 2 games.
Yeah,
Duran,
I
do you
mean...
have any questions? Sorry, Tom, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No. Duran's got something. Go, please.
No, I just want to congratulate you and your team. You guys absolutely popped off. As I'm pretty sure there's a lot of Shatter. I saw there's a lot of Shatter fans in the chat saying Shatter is better than Double Lift. So
Hey.
so nice to finally actually see your face. After we've been messaging each other for weeks on end.
Yeah.
But yeah, you guys absolutely popped off this game. Game 1 popped off. Game 2 free firing. Game 3 small misstep. Game 4 and you went straight back into that one. And even though you were focused down the bottom lane, still ahead in CS, still dominating over your opponent. So congrats for that.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate it. To everyone in the chat and everyone who like watched today, thank you. Appreciate it a lot. To my team, to Tom, Duran, you guys did a great job. I know that the stream was awesome, so we appreciate you guys a lot. So thank you for doing this for us. Everyone in the chat, spam Shane Pog. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah, man. I feel like this is kind of more of an ending question, so I feel bad asking now, but I just got to know, man. I mean, you've been with the team and you've been with the Farmingdale esports scene for a few years now. You've been the president for the last year. What does it mean to you to have your team that you compete on, that you are the captain of, that you have put so much time, energy, and dedication to? What does it mean to you to finally have this victory and to have that trophy now come back to Farmingdale?
It means the world, man. Like we've been on this team. I've been playing on this team for 5 semesters now, and every season, like we're just a little bit away from winning. We're just one team fight, one misplay away from ending the game, or like one bad rotation away from winning. And like we always took games off all the top teams. So like to finally like win a series against like definitely no doubt the other best team in the league feels fantastic, amazing. I couldn't have asked for a better group of people to do it with. These guys are my best friends, and I appreciate them sticking with me and dealing with my constant nagging and yelling. Because I yell a lot at Lindsay and Timo, and they definitely take it, and they do a good job at like adapting to that. So appreciate them.
Yeah, man, absolutely.
I had one question. I mean, in game number 3, you were on the Jinx, and I think it was one of the fights where you were just almost popping off, and then you flash forward and died. I mean, there's got to be emotion there in terms of getting to that point. You guys were up 2-0 at the time, and then you get a little bit hyphy, and then at that after your screen goes gray, how do you feel? Do you just like completely like fall apart? Do you keep your composure? I mean, obviously, but
no,
like, what was going through your mind at that point?
I was honestly just a little bit tilted because in the three previous team fights prior, like I was playing Jinx and like I know I was doing like really good damage, like AoE was knocking them, and then like Fabian would get the last kill, the last hit on him, and so I wasn't getting any kills, so I was like still like even with gold with NYIT's AD carry. So when I got the first kill in the team fight and I saw Tristana low, I knew that if I was able to kill him, I would be able to run down to red buff with cleanse and like speed my way out. Yeah. So, but I didn't get it, and I knew I said it was my bad. Like 100% should have just fought. I should have fought front to back. As you can see, even in the last game, like I had a triple. I was just like, I'm going in. Like I don't care. I was just going for it. Sending it a little bit. So yeah, I knew my team could pull through. Honestly, I did call 3-1 before the series started, so maybe that was just my plan all along to lose the team fight, push the game forward.
Throw to get the prediction correct, man. I gotta give you props for that one, dude, for sure.
You had the over on the team tonight.
Yeah, the bookies are listening. You didn't hear that.
No bookies in the chat.
I mean, I don't know what else to ask at this point except for I mean, you got to just be on cloud 9 right now. I mean, what's kind of the next thing for you guys? What do you guys think you're doing?
I'm getting a drink. That's what I'm doing. I'm getting myself a drink. I'm going out to get a drink, or I'm gonna go in my kitchen and get a drink. I don't care what it is. We're getting fucked. I mean, we're getting messed up. Sorry. Excuse my French.
Very close.
A little drink and a little celebration for sure. And that's it right now. We don't know the future. We just planned for today, and we're gonna take every day a step at a time after this.
Yeah. Speaking of the future, you guys are now going to be moving into the collegiate League of Legends scene, where all the other champions as the first seed for ECC. So do you guys have any thought? I realize you guys just won right now, but do you guys have any thoughts about these other teams that are now going to be coming out of the East region, out of PAC, out of the West Coast? Do you have any thoughts for that, or anything you would like to say to them before as coming out of ECC with #1 seed?
Yeah, we actually played a couple of the CLO. We played a CLO team, Penn State, in the summer bracket of this for the ECC last year, and they were really good. The teams are really really stacked and really good, and we're gonna just practice and do the best we can. Well, I'm not saying we're gonna win everything, but I definitely think we can win a game or two, and I'm really excited to just learn and play against better players because that's the only way to improve. And I really do enjoy playing the game, especially at a high level. I loved playing this game against NYT. They were so much fun to play against. Definitely the most entertaining games for me. So I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, man. I mean, if there's nothing else, then I guess we'll give you the opportunity. Is there anything else that you want to kind of shout out to your team, to any of the people that are watching, to mom or something like that?
Shout out to everyone in the chat. You guys are the best. I see your chats. It's awesome. I love you guys. Shout out to the team, Jay, Fabian, Lindsay, Timo. You guys were the best teammates I've ever had. Love you guys. Shout out to Farmingdale State Esports, 100%. We're out here. We're getting dubs. NYT was able to beat us in Smash, but the reverse season Smash, but we came back today, and that's all that matters. 1-1.
Yeah, we tied up the titles
yep.
for this semester, so we look to see whatever this is going to be the next final, NYT versus Farmingdale, and one way or another, the trophy's coming back to Long Island, and hopefully it stays here as long as possible. Even if we have to trade from year to year or back and forth, we're gonna keep it here as long as we possibly can. So once again, congratulations to you and your team, and once again, congratulations to Farmingdale Esports and Farmingdale State College for winning the East Coast Conference Championships.
Thanks, guys.
And that's going to be all we have for today. Anybody else want to put anything before I put it towards the end?
No, honestly, just GG's to NYT and GG's to Farmingdale. Both teams really played an insanely incredible series, and honestly, at this point, Abs and I are from Farmingdale, but that's all that we really wanted was just a great series, and we got it. So GG's to both teams.
Yeah, totally.
Okay, everybody, have a wonderful rest of your night. We're gonna let the championship screen run for a little bit longer with Farmingdale State College, and then we will see you guys. I think this might be the last ECC thing. I know we'll definitely be following Farmingdale going for Collegiate League of Legends with New York Tech coming in second seed. They will still qualify to continue on, and we'll see you guys in the fall. See you guys later.
See you there.